This conference will now be recorded.
And the clerk will note the members present. And we need a motion on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Got a second? Got a motion second. Any ready to vote? Anybody? Well, let's ask, is there any discussion? Hearing none. Any opposed? Okay, passes 4-1. The one's missing. Okay.
Oh, there she is.
She's coming.
You approved of the agenda?
You approved
You
it.
approved
I approve the agenda, yes.
Okay, all right. I did not know. So we're going to start with budget planning discussion for FY25. We got lots of requests for expenditures here, so I want everybody to have a clear understanding of where we are and a little bit of understanding where we're coming from. So everything that we spend in here that's not already in the budget comes out of cash reserve. If you're going to increase the expenditure, it's got to come somewhere. It comes out of cash reserve. We'll have some more money coming in that I'm aware of. Maybe the Good Ferry will drop off a couple of $1 million, but I don't see that happening. So as kind of a review, in going back to 2017, shortfall covered by cash reserve was $29.9 million. Cash reserve in 2018 was 48.5. Cash shortfall covered by cash reserve 2019 63.5. You can object. Anybody can object to these figures. FY20 38.6. 21 was 13.2. FY22 was 14.2. FY23, which this budget is mirrored after, $29.5 million. When we voted on the budget, I'm just talking about general fund stuff, okay? We're $9 million short, 8.9 million. So we're going to get this budget under control. And in my opinion, if we don't get this budget under control, we can't take care of our employees, and we can't put our cash balances back in order. I'm just talking about partway down through the budget document, first sheet. If you got it with you, just everything above the library grant. Okay. So if we, based on some preliminary figures that I worked on, if we cut out 4.5% a year for 4 years, that'll bring us back into budget. 1 point, no, wait a minute, excuse me. Yeah, 4.5 per year, 4 years. 2.5 million per year, 5 years, 6 years, 1.8. That's 36%. So I'm just going to open this kind of for discussion where the committee wants to go with this stuff. We're going to start addressing this budget deficit.
What sheet are you on? Oh.
You don't have to,
Okay.
but you're welcome to look at it. It's pretty easy. I just took the 9.620947, which is the deficit for this budget that we voted in, and did some quick calculations on how much money and percentage that it would take to get this thing over an extended period of time. So, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
When we did the budget for the fiscal year ending 24,
Yep.
we had projected that we would have a cash balance of a little over $2 million. We start out this fiscal year with a cash balance of $23 million. Subtract out the reserve because that's in the cash balance.
Right.
So that is about 23, 20, that's $12 million, $11 million, minus the 2 million that we said we were going to have in cash balance. We got $8 million more in cash balance. Where'd that come from?
I'll answer that question.
Because we got more cash than we projected in our budget would say we were going to have.
That's
And you're
24.
saying we're overspending to the tune of how much money did you say we overspent last year?
Last year,
It's like 14 million, did you say, or 12 million?
29, all expenditures and all revenues, because that's kind of a mix between general fund and everything else. It's broke out specifically to general fund, 29 million, but the percentage.
See, so I'm trying to understand when you're saying we're overspending this, but our cash balance was more than we said we were going to have. And I'm trying to find out where the disconnect is. In my mind, there's a disconnect. And I need to know what causes or why there is that. And why did we have 10 million more dollars in cash balance than we said we were going to have when we did the prior year budget? And then this year, we're saying we're going to end up with a cash balance of $2.7 million. It's just general fund. I'm talking general fund only.
Yeah.
And so trying to understand where that additional $9 or $10 million in cash balance came from.
Well,
I don't know where it came from.
that's Janie.
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Part of that is the difference in budget versus actual. Actual numbers are where we get our beginning caches from
Right.
actual numbers. My opinion is that we don't budget well here. We all sat in here, and I think all 5 of you have been here long enough that you've seen the open POs. We in accounting don't know whether those POs are going to close or not. If they're open this year, we're assuming they're going to get spent this year.
Right.
They don't. So when you take all of that back out because it didn't finish in 24 and it's carried over into 25, then your beginning cash balance is going to be higher.
So my question then is, those are really encumbered funds, but we don't know to the extent how encumbered they are.
Right. And I ran an encumbrance report today for this meeting. There's
Yeah.
18 million encumbered out there.
Encumbered.
Yeah.
That's in the current year for
For 25.
right.
How much of that, and you will run that from now till the end of the year. You'll run anywhere from 18
Right.
to 24 million in encumbered funds. But then when we get to year end and when we do budget June 1st. The preliminaries due June 1st.
Right.
So on June 1st, we go around and say, here's your open POs. What of these are going to close? What are you expecting in? And of course, we get told then it doesn't come in and it adjusts your cash balance. My suggestion for budgets going forward and for this budget was capital is, sort of an unknown. Lorenzo, I'm going to pick on you because you're sitting by me. He's got some big projects. The dewatering we thought was going to finish last year. It didn't. We ended up with about 800,000 carryover out of 9 million this year. So it's going to postpone that debt for another year. So it'll be 26 before we hit that. But we don't know that. And then when we do the budget June 1st and we've missed all of that,
Right.
then we don't get to correct that in July when we do have actual numbers because they hold us to our preliminary budget in June.
Right. So he's got $800,000 that is not in his current year capital outlay budget at all, you're saying, because it carried over from the previous year, but it isn't included in your current year budget capital outlay. It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes,
so even though it didn't close, but now we've included it in the current year capital outlay. So that's not a carryover It's a carryover issue, but it's accounted for in the current budget. What you're saying is,
Yeah,
what you're saying is some of these other items is that, let me try to understand, if the purchase order didn't close and the funds cash balance increased because of that, but that expenditure is not included in the 25 budget.
some of them.
As far as budgeting
Right.
purposes, that's what I'm trying to understand.
And that is where you're getting the budget adjustments you're going to see today is covering a bunch of those items that is not in the budget, but that are carryovers from last year that didn't materialize. Back to the question I think you asked last month is how can you carry over a purchase order and no funds with it? Well, in June, we did a budget. That's what, our final budget ended up being. And instead of closing a purchase order and having a procurement violation because they've already ordered that equipment or whatever it is, we've left that purchase order over, and then we're going to have to do a budget adjustment in this year to cover that. But the budgets aren't good budgets.
Then the other point is you've got to either stay, it's mixed up. I get that. There's a difference between budget and actual. Big difference. And so when we're starting to put the next budget together, we're looking at actual expenditures and expected encumbered money in the goes. Correct?
To be spent.
To be spent. So it gets real, around here, May and June, the accounting folks are just trying to figure this out best they can. And it gets pretty cumbersome, especially when somebody misses a deadline or doesn't get funds email responded to. And it happens. We're all busy. I haven't looked at my personal emails in 3 days because I've been working on other things. Although I'm sure there's some missing in there too, but I'll catch up as soon as we get done with this meeting. Well,
Can I ask Janie a question?
this afternoon, tomorrow. What?
Can I ask Janie a question?
What?
Can I ask her a question?
Oh, yeah.
So I know we can't do anything about this budget, but in the future, how do we fix it? Because you're saying these aren't good budgets. How do we fix that problem?
Well, I think we need to spend more time on it, and I think the capital needs to be broke out between what you're going to expend in that fiscal year, so for this year, 25, and what is going to be carried over into any year past 25. I'm going to use Lorenzo again. He's got the reservoirs out there that you all have approved to have rehab. We are assuming that it's going to finish this fiscal year. Stars aligning and all of that, it might, which is a 4.1 or 3. Yeah, okay. Dollar amount. If it doesn't finish, it's going to postpone the debt on that, and it's going to carry over part of that expenditure into next fiscal year because they won't load the debt until the following fiscal year when the project finishes.
Then be broken out separate. Thank you.
The dewatering that was started, when was that started? When?
21.
Okay. I hope it gets finished this fiscal year. But that will
Is it-
front load over $10 million going into the next budget cycle. We got to, or I guess it'll front.
And I can tell you that since I've been here, that has been loaded as a budget that's going to complete every year since I've been here. And it didn't, so part of it did, but then there's still this huge, and it's gotten down to where we're looking at $600,000-800,000 now.
Yes, sir.
Why can't we just, on our encumbrances, create it, it's no longer in our cash balance. Once it's encumbered, it's gone. And it rolls over, and we never recognize it as cash balance no more, because it's really not cash balance. And just look at whatever we have unencumbered as our cash balance and go forward. I mean, it's,
He's got to report to DFA on a cash balance or cash basis.
but we can do it in a way where we also have a general, all we want to do is get our arms wrapped around this. See where we're going, how we're going to get there and what it takes to get us there. And to do that, we have to always know our encumbrances. What is an encumbrance? It means we don't have money no more. It's obligated. It's gone. It's obligated. So we shouldn't even recognize it as a cash balance. And write that off in our head. Of course, once it goes into an encumbrance balance, an obligation, it's no longer in our cash balance. We can't even consider it as funds. And of course, it's going to roll over and it's going to have an FY24 rollover because you're right. You can't open a purchase order in FY24 and then kill the funds and then reopen it again. It has to roll over or it's a procurement violation, right? So I just think it would be so much simpler if we just, once it's encumbered, it's no longer in our cash balance. It's gone. Our remaining balance is, we write a PO for this right here for 3 million, and I'm not sure if that's a number. Boom, we don't have 3 million no more. It's tied up in an obligation until it's paid. Say the expense is only 2.5. Then once it's paid, now we got 500,000 left. But
And I think that would work if you had cash balances. He's not had that. We were coming out of COVID where we weren't billing anybody. We were on a moratorium. You couldn't make anybody pay. Nobody was paying. So water, wastewater and sanitation funds plummeted. And then we've got a $10 million dewatering that the funds aren't there to encumber that, and yet they encumber that.
well, if I'm hearing you correctly, we had funds obligated, and he has a negative balance, and we're still writing POs for money we didn't have. That's troubling, to say the least. Thank you.
Sir,
Out of the general fund, do you recall those encumbered open POs? How much of that was general fund obligation?
Or,
The end of 24?
no, I'd have
Because
to.
that's what you really should look at. What's your cash balances? This is off budget.
Right.
I got 23 million. What's my encumbered for the general fund? So then I really know what my cash balance is.
Right.
So that's what we should be looking at the end of every year. What are real true? That would give you a true picture of your cash balance, a non-encumbered balance. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
That's what you're saying. So we don't know. We just don't know.
Right.
yeah, that's a problem. And those are excellent suggestions.
And this budget was a rushed budget.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Can we throw some short staff at you too? So
So, and then I don't know the DFA rules, but I think that for internal purposes, I think that makes a lot of sense. Does that violate any DFA rules? Anybody can remember or think about? If we do it in that other method of once we encumber it?
Well, I think that's just from the internal, which what we send to the DFA is one thing, but what we need to know
internal control.
Oh,
is internal. External, I don't think it has anything to do with DFA.
Sure.
So that would just let us know at the beginning of the year what our true cash balance is,
Good discussion.
what we got to work with.
Good discussion.
Maybe that.
Thank you, Chair.
So what do you want to do about this? How are we gonna, besides these changes that you're suggesting, so we get a clearer picture, what's your desire on how we're gonna tackle getting this thing lined back out? That's gonna help, but that's not the answer.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have enough data in front of us to make that decision or discussion.
Well, I'm
I mean,
just
I
asking
don't-
for
I
discussion.
don't know where we're at. I do know when I, skipping ahead in your agenda, looking at GRT, it's flat.
Yep,
And so, and looking ahead in your agenda, you're proposing $5 million in additional.
yes,
Well, you're gonna be $5 million short. I don't know where you're gonna get it.
I don't know either.
I don't know where it's coming from. And this is not enterprise funds. This is just general fund.
Yes, sir.
And so I don't know where you're gonna get it. Or where we're gonna get it. Let's put it that way. Where's it gonna come from? One place, as you suggested, you're gonna reduce your cash reserve.
And when that's gone, then it's gone. And then when that's gone,
It's gone.
just like the ARPA money, when that's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. You just melted it away. And you've got nothing except operational expense to show for it. And then what do you do next year? And the year after?
What's in the cash reserve now, the 7.3 million?
12.6 million
Oh, okay, I see.
on the first page.
Front page, show it.
Yeah.
And that's all that. GRT is the very top line.
Just down to library grants there.
I'm sorry?
Everything above library grants there is what is general fund.
Yeah, the top line will summarize it all for you.
You see the executive, legislative, administrative, the city clerk, the judicial, the guy across the street, and gals, finance, legal, just wherever he is. Where's my attorney?
He's in the hallway somewhere.
Oh, he's speaking in and out. Human resources, facility maintenance, fleet maintenance, police, fire.
He's over there.
Fireman in corner. Isn't he putting our all sign come in? Gotta put that daggum phone away. Planning, engineering, we've already had that discussion, have we not? Code enforcement, animal control,
There's your legal.
civil emergency, library park, public affairs, information technology, consolidated dispatch, and neighborhood dispatch. That's all general fund.
The reserve requirement only applies to general fund.
Yes. So serious problem. I'm not looking for an answer. I don't have a resolution for us to consider. You can't do a resolution on something like this. We just need to have a meeting of the minds and decide which track we're going to take, because we got lots of things that are just right there on the horizon. You know, we get built wise, we get the FAA to make a decision. That'll increase first receipts somewhat,
Minimal,
but whatever gets built in Roswell, we get that.
2%.
And then when we get RAW off the ground, hopefully there's a kick there. But when we get to the report on gross receipts, hopefully we can look and see what impact the UFO festival gave us. It's there, whatever that was, it's there. So I just wanted to have a sobering discussion about where we are. And I mean, you guys, you know, you're on this committee, so you share the responsibility with me. I'm asking for the committee to work with me and give staff the direction of what we need to do going forward. We can't fix it today, but we need to keep our eye on this. I've been looking at it for 2 years. And the longer we wait, the harder it's going to be to do. Unless the fairy godmother shows up to $10 million or 20. We've raised the rates. Gross receipts rates to offset for the
No, sir.
ambulance, and we changed it more than just that, public safety tax. And we haven't been able to utilize any of that funds because there's a caveat put on it that we can't look at that fund until it gets to $5 million balance. When's that going to happen, if anybody knows?
Probably that November.
Okay. So we've got some money, but it's restricted money. It's restricted to these gentlemen sitting over here, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. What we told the public we were going to do, and by golly, we're going to do it. At least I hope stick with our plan. But we've got some expenses if we go ahead and take the next step, and that's buying ambulance equipment and medical equipment and get whatever extra training we need done for those people who are gonna drive and ride ambulances. I mean, they're basic EMT, or basic paramedics.
Paramedics and masons.
Okay. So, but how many total paramedics do you have with you now? We've got, but they're presently doing firefighting duties.
Correct.
So you gotta train somebody to take over the firefighting duties if you're gonna put them on an ambulance. Because they can't do two jobs at one time. Even if they're at a fire, they gotta tend to anybody that's injured, not fight the fire. Okay. Kind of quiet. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm not ready.
Well, good. I don't see you writing in it very much.
Well, I don't have, we're gonna throw.
Here, you need a
we're gonna
pen?
Put the red stuff in here.
I'll get you one. Okay. All right. So that was a quite a discussion.
Over.
Yeah. Well, it's about time we had a sobering deal. Okay. So without objection, everybody through with this? For now, we're going to discuss this a lot. This isn't a one meeting discussion. Okay. So I guess we're going to move on to lodger tax discussion. Where are we?
You're on a tax discussion.
Oh, I understand, but where are we? I don't know who's supposed to be doing that. So I need to look here real quick. Doesn't have the name. Who's ready to discuss the lodger tax? It's a 2-page document in your binder,
Page
pages 7 and 8.
Thank you.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yes, I had to look at it.
Yeah. Knock it out, Jamie.
Look up there, my name's on there, I'm thinking, shoot.
Yeah, my name's on it too, but the advantage of being chairman is you turn it over to somebody else.
This is when we start looking at the occupancy board's recommendations for how much money you all are going to allot to each one of these groups. So this is telling you the amount of what the budget was, what the actuals are, what we've already encumbered, and what's available on there. So the ending cash balance, the beginning cash balance was $1.5 million for lodgers tax. The revenue that we're expecting in is $1.6 million. Transfers to cover the zoo and convention center deficits is $1.4 million. Payroll is $208,000. Operating expense, which is advertising and the visitor center, is $659,000 for an ending cash balance of $828,232. So as you can see, the cash balance is going down. And when that's gone, then you're going to have to fund it. And the only other place you're going to be able to fund it other than through lodgers tax would be the general fund.
Okay. Any questions?
But when you all start listening to the presentations that TJ's going to oversee, you'll keep that in mind because that's where you're standing right now with your lodgers tax.
I have a comment to make.
And Mr. Chair, I think everybody in here probably does recall, lodgers tax has a 24-month shot clock on it. So it's one of those things that carrying a balance forward a bit is good. So 800,000 makes good sense. 1.5 million can get us into trouble unless we have something set out.
Yeah. And then there's certain areas you can spend it on and other areas that you can't. a lot of rules tied with that. So we need to keep that in mind as we start to look at these requests. Okay, Mr. Lorenzo, we're ready to talk about, unless there's further comments or questions.
I had questions.
Yeah,
The payroll for the visitor center, that's gonna be way down this year, right? There's only how many, no, it's the thing.
That is the payroll for
Oh,
this
it
year.
is, yeah.
anybody else? Okay. So we're gonna get to the water department, and I will keep anybody from wondering why Lorenzo handed this stuff out to you. He and I talked, went to his ears and alligators. And so I appreciate him getting what he's got for us. So I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, Mr. Chair, committee members, councilors, Mr. Mayor. I was asked that last committee, finance committee, to bring a report kind of what I thought was going to be next year's kind of budget. Just kind of put together a mock budget so you kind of know what we're looking for moving into the future. So you know what type of expenditures the department's going to have. On the operating expenses, that's what this is right here. I didn't have access to the salaries and stuff for all the benefits and salaries and that. So I just provided operating of what we requested for FY25, which would be pretty close to what we will recommend next year. Might be a little more, but it'll be close. You see what we requested, and they actually went with actuals from 23 on the water side. So we requested $2.1 million and we got 1.2 million for operating expenses this year. That was part of the discussion last meeting. How do we put our budget together and what we requested, and we requested a lot more than what we received. And on the second page, I put together an FY 2026 capital project preliminary request list. And you see, number one, have a 36-inch water line replacement project on North Montana. That is from 19th to Stone. $4 million. That came in at $3.9 million. Almost $4 million. You're correct, Counselor. 2 utility trucks, which we requested this fiscal year also. And that comes in at $500,000. A John Deere backhoe, $128,000, and one hydraulic jackhammer, which is $15,000, which brings it in at $4.5 million capital project request. And mind you, that water line is only 3/4 of a mile water line. So these are expenses, and this is what I talked about last meeting. This is without doing any other replacement or repairs in the water system. This is strictly the 136-inch water line project. We had budgeted it last year. We budgeted $1 million when Mr. Nahar did the actuals for the replacement of that line. It came in at the $3.9 million. So that was 1 million of the carryover that we had of our budget that carried over last fiscal year.
Let me just real quick. So we had a big leak over there last year, or year before. Did not. So is this an extension of the repair that really needs to happen to the rest of that line?
Correct.
This is.
Okay.
So that would go from the Joy Center to Stone. If you remember Stone, that's where we did that curve a little bit better. That's only 3/4 of a mile. But the price of large diameter pipe keeps going up, and the time to get it keeps going up. That's another situation whenever we have a utility project, why it goes year to year to year, just waiting on materials.
So this is another one that if we can figure out where to find the $4 million, then we order the pipe and stuff, but we may be waiting 8 months for that pipe to show up.
Well, we'd probably be waiting maybe 6 months for the valves.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You know, and everybody in town is so mad about the damn water rates right now. And I'm gonna tell you, excuse me, the 48-inch pipes, the big pipes we have coming off that hill, they were made the last 40 years. They've been in there 80 years. So you start looking, and people have no idea. You know, the average John Q. public has no idea how much it costs to fix the infrastructure we have. I mean, it's astronomical, even with the amount of money that probably was bringing in more than what we were really planning on bringing in, but when you look at that, the needs are there. You cannot fund a policeman, and then you'll pay the consequences from that.
That's what.
But every city has to have water. To function, you have to have water.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not picking on the policeman or the fireman about that. I'm just saying, this is the situation we're in. That we've had from 1965, when they announced the closing of the base till today. We haven't basically done any real major repair work or upgraded systems, and it's just got older and older and older. So this is a problem that is long-term and how it's gotten here. And we need to really try to put a full court press on Congress and the federal government on what happened when they closed the air base here and walked out the door and said, adios. And because there are some, if they don't do that today, but they did it to us. And so just so everybody knows, and it needs to get out how much this stuff costs. And, you know, Lewis, he can tell you that you go look at those big valves and the stuff, they went up astronomical. Plastic pipe went up astronomical, all because of COVID. And so we have a lot of issues that are real deep in Roswell, and people need to look at this about how we solve it. Because one day we're going to wake up and have some real major catastrophes. And that MUNOP thing, that's one of the main reasons that we were so far under in our budget with the enterprise funds. So people need to open their eyes about where we are and about the cost of replacing what's here. When you shut one of those big valves, when you open it up, how many leaks you have? 4, 5, 10? And the other line, the little lines that come off of it. Just because you opened it or you closed it and then opened it back up, that's when those lines pop. And whether it's a water hammer or what, or just old pipe, that's the place where we are. And so when everybody gets mad about the water rates, you have to understand that we have a huge catastrophe that's right at our door. So, sorry,
You know,
and it's just there, and you know, that's up. You know, when you look at that price, that's what, 3.9 million for $750,000 for 3/4 of a mile. Yep. I mean, yeah, you know, it costs, that means it costs you twice as much just get down to the park, down to the park. I mean, it's just a mess. So we got here, but we have to figure out a way and not be critical of trying to figure out a way to get out of this. Somehow we have to do it. And anyway, sorry.
yeah. Brought extra thought.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate that.
Okay, on the wastewater side, here's the second page that was right behind that one.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
Can we use ICIP for this? I know was it turned in with the ICIP, or can we use capital outlay from the state?
They put on the ICIT, but it was requested to kind of try to keep it under $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
So you get better.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, because I know it's too late for that, but can we request capital outlay from the legislature?
Sure. You can put it on our ICIP.
Well, I mean, but let's keep it request under $1 million. 'cause it's highly-
Chairman, you can put it on the ICIP, typically you won't get it.
Yeah.
Because ICIP is for smaller projects.
That's what I'm saying, can you just request capital?
Yeah,
outlay?
and what the state does is the water trust board or the loan programs, like the reservoir, $8 million, I think it's only what, a 45% grant, 65% loan. So there's programs out there to give it, but most of them are low-cost loans,
Not this kind of money.
not 100% grants.
And if your water rates are low, like ours are now,
They won't give it to you.
then they don't fund you. They don't give you 80%. They only give you 45% or 35% of what you ask for because they say you have to raise the rate. And that's exactly where we are right now. And you can't end that on Lorenzo or Lewis or anybody else. They kept by not keeping our water rates up, we're paying the price.
Double. We don't have the money to keep going.
Yeah,
We don't get any break from the loan situation in front of us. Actually, they charge you a penalty. What they do. So let me ask, before you get on the wastewater, how many projects have you got going for this fiscal year? Capital outlay kind of stuff.
So you got the airport coming on, got the reservoir, water reservoirs at North Atchison, which we just finished. We have the dewatering. We have, React well 4 getting replaced. That one's in motion right now. Think of what else you got. Think of any more of those?
The design for the lift station at the base.
We're going out to design for that one, so that's part of our thing. We're going to bid on that one. But we have a lot of projects going right now, capital outlay.
The water reservoir, we open up bid next Tuesday, September 10th.
Yeah.
And
Share.
on paper, it's about $7-8 million. That's 225 workdays. That's 225 workdays once we get the material. So yeah, it's gonna drag over a couple of fiscal years.
Well, and those things have been leaking since when? Since 2011, we found out.
2012 is when I remember. That's when we put it on the master plan. to Get it done.
start leaking at 11 then.
I'm telling you.
We had a consultant look at it back then, and at the time, the reservoir leaked. At the time, it was leaking below the AWWA standard. So we went ahead and we said, okay, let's build the reservoir at the air base, because I was worried that if eventually there'd be a big fire, we didn't have enough fire protection. And got it built in time.
Something else to kind of add a little another log to the fire is our availability of water for fighting fires. Has a big impact on our ISO rating, correct, Chief? And so, and that's a part of your homeowner's insurance that you pay if we're ISO 2 now. Sure. If we go to 1, then you'll see a little credit or reduction in your bill, I hope. Although since my bill went up 37% from last year, probably won't see it, even if we could get to an ISO 1. And a lot of discussions about what all it's going to take to get there. So there's lots of moving parts, and it's hard to find out where all the moving parts are. And how it all plays in. Costs more here, costs a little less over here. I mean, it's real fighter's web, if you will. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Lorenzo, would you help me out here on your budget sheet?
Yes.
So you're saying that this is just operating budget,
This is operating only, no
operating only for water,
water maintenance and transmission.
Water maintenance, one of the departments under.
Right.
only one.
So we have source of supply, water maintenance and water billing. They all fall under the water
I
supply.
just want to, so what you're saying, yes, trying to understand your 25 projection, that's what's in your current budget?
That's
No.
what he asked.
That's what we asked for.
That's what you're asking for.
Because remember,
And in the far right-hand column, says F-25 with rate increase. That number is 2048. Which one should we be looking at? Is it-
You can do the far right one. I mean, as long as we're close to that. This last meeting, we were asked, how come we didn't budget appropriately for the fiscal year? And that's why we requested it. That's not what we're getting. That's why we got that number.
So, and then help me with the number that says maintenance and repair of infrastructure, 987,000. Is that repairs to like leaks?
That's a little bit of everything, because what comes out of that is you got all your repairs, your leak repair, emergency main breaks. Concrete repair comes out of that, so we do tons of that, asphalt repairs.
Okay,
Everything comes out of that line item.
Yeah. and so you're saying that number's 987,000.
Yeah, and that could be higher. I mean, cost of everything has gone up. I mean, really, we could go 400,000 if we could get the personnel to run a construction crew and do a lot more replacement.
You do it on your own.
Yes, it's a lot cheaper for us to hire the staff on our own and do it in-house. We go contract, man, these contractors, and then we're government, so government rates are expensive. You have wage decisions that come in,
Right.
and it ups the price of everything. Every project goes up.
Because you gotta go prevailing wage. Or if we just pay what wages we have. Okay. Thank you.
That we were gonna pay anyway.
What would it take to get to that level? So,
We need to hire more staff for sure. We need,
as to
at least
type
another
of staff.
crew. I mean, we need a whole nother crew to be able to run just maintenance so we can run a construction crew.
But you got your maintenance crew, but you don't have a construction. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we have a construction crew, but we're not able to run the construction crew because we have them out on maintenance. This system is so old.
Right, I get that. And so what would the cost be? I think that's one of the things.
So the cost for the personnel.
But to see how cost effective you are by adding more personnel versus using third parties to do these repairs, that's what you gotta look at.
Right.
What's your cost effectiveness? Do I need 6 guys? Do I need 8 guys? What do you need and equipment wise, or is to make that happen? And then what's your utilization of that versus going to an outside? Yep.
Gotcha. And we can put those numbers together.
I think that's something to look at that you
It is
can come
something.
back and say,
Good point.
yeah, we'll save this much money, or it'll cost this much, whatever the case may be. But at least when you're doing it in-house, guess what? You control when it gets done. And you don't have to wait for a third party. So I think that's something to look at is that a cost-effective way to do things? Sometimes you gotta spend money to save money. So,
Any other questions on the water side? Okay, let's go to waste.
Okay, on the wastewater side, again, this is the quick, what we requested for FY '25. It's kind of cut and dry, but the second page shows a preliminary request list for the wastewater treatment plant. And number one is the RAC lift station replacement project, which is estimated right now at $3.1 million. And I put the attachment on right behind that page with that quote, that estimate. Replace Vector, Unit 356 Vector, which is a 2008 model. They recommend you replace them every 10 years, which tells you we're way behind the ball on that one. That's $548,984. Just another utility pickup truck at $50,000 and replace 2 UTVs for the plant operations, which is $50,000, which brings it out to $3.7 million. And that's not anything else going wrong at the wastewater treatment. That's just small request list. Right now, this year, we have already gone to the $245,000 equipment maintenance account that we had for this year in 2 months. So we no longer have any equipment replacement. So here in a little bit, whenever we go through that, I'll be requesting additional funding if we can add it on to item number 27 for a budget increase. We need more money for operations. That I'll talk about it when we're requesting more money for 2 pumps that are out right now at $83,000 that we have no money to replace. Now we're pulling out of, right now I pull money out of our electrical line item, which we're gonna have the electric costs we're gonna pay, but I'm just shuffling money around right now until we can get a budget increase. But that just kind of gives you a general idea of the cost of operation for now. This isn't if anything else goes wrong. This is just small little requests that we're chunking away, and we're just doing the best we can to keep everything together, keep everything operating smoothly. But, you know, we have no control of the equipment when it wears out. A lot of it's old, wears down, it gives out, and we have to replace it. That wastewater treatment plant cannot be down.
Yeah, you know, and just look, because when the power went out, we had a big power outage here, and we were within, and we went to start the generator, and what happened? It started all the times, but this time it didn't, when the power was out. And so, and you know, it's like everything else, it's old. And I can't emphasize enough to everybody that we have a huge structural deficiency in our equipment that we are operating with. It doesn't matter what department you're in. We don't have a replacement plan for the police car or trash truck. And if you go out there and look at that guy Farrell out there, that welder, thank God he's in our town. Because when those packers in those trash trucks, they're pushing that trash up in there, and the welds break on the bottom of that steel. And all of a sudden they pop up like that, and that ram comes through there and shoves all that trash right up through that steel and raises the steel up, and there goes your trash truck. And thank God Farrell's there to come help us fix it. But these are problems that are everyday city problems in every department they're there. We've had 15, 20 years, or actually since the base closed, we haven't been able to really set up and run a real decent shop. And it's not just, everybody gets so mad, but if we've had years and years of not having enough money to operate on. And you know, just along the same thing, you know, that young man, we had a real tragic accident last year. When you look at what that young man was paid, he jumped in that ditch just for us so we could have water. And it's real tragic because he wasn't being paid near enough money. And you know, we have a huge problem. In every department, and I'll be quiet, I won't say anything.
So, I mean, these two departments, we're looking at $8.5 million.
That's just a capital project.
That's just capital projects so that we can keep water running, people can have showers, put water in their pots so they can cook food, and flush toilets and send things out. I mean, and that's really, I just don't think people really understand what we're having to deal with to keep up the infrastructure for the city. And I get it. You know, nobody wants to see their water bills and utility bills go up like they have. But at some point in time, this is something that should have started 12 years ago. It should have been done incrementally over the last 12 years. And now we're at a point now where if we want to continue to be able to supply our citizens, our folks in Roswell with water and wastewater and our landfill stuff, I mean, these are things that it's not something that we want to do. It's something we have to do. And as folks that are paying the bills, God bless you guys. I know everybody's on fixed incomes or they've got this or they've got that, but they've got to understand if we're going to be able to provide these utilities to them, then somebody it's got to be paid somewhere. And I've heard everything from gross receipts taxes and this, do that. The fact of the matter is it's something we have to do, and we've got to get it done. And we're gonna have we've got a big deal that we're gonna do in our city council meeting on Thursday next week. We're gonna have this discussion. But I really wish people would understand, instead of throwing stuff out on social media and Facebook and trying to stir everybody up because their bills went up, that is absolutely ridiculous, because we are trying to do the best we can to provide the services. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank everybody in this room that works hard for our folks here in Roswell. And we have to take that into consideration. And the folks that are out there have to understand that this isn't something we want to put that burden on them. But if they want those utilities, then somebody's got to take care of it. I mean, it'd be nice if we could get the federal government or the state government or somebody to fund all this stuff like they fund all these other things. But we can't do that. And we're gonna have to be the ones that are gonna have to bite the bullet, and we're gonna have to take care of business here. And I know a number of you all have been born and raised here in Roswell, grown up here all our lives, and we're at a point now where we've got to go ahead and take the bull by the horns and do what has to be done to, we can either survive and thrive, or we can continue treading water and hope that these lines don't break or that our toilets don't back up. I mean, that's the last thing anybody wants on Super Bowl Sunday, is for their toilets to be backing up and the showers to be backing up and everything else. And they want to be able to turn on the faucet and have water. So these are things that we have to do. And it's really unfortunate that we're at a stage like this, but we've been put in this place, and we have to do what's right for the city of Roswell. So I yield, Chair.
Anybody else? Yes,
Yeah, I
sir.
just have a question. Lorenzo, I'm looking at your wastewater treatment plant budget. Is that your original budget amount that says FY25 projection, or is that your new current?
No, that's just projected for the 25.
That's
I think
your
they
25,
went up for the 23s on what we were given.
Okay, I just wanted to know what the call was. Okay,
Yeah, the 25 projection, far right-hand column, that's what you asked for?
Yes.
So what you got?
Just for operations, that's not salaries.
that's just operations for wastewater treatment.
Yeah, no salaries.
And that's just kind of a brief overview. I hope, Chair, that's what you wanted.
Yep.
There is some more capital line items. If you want to know what the rest is, we had about 5 other ones. We have the backup generator, which you'll see here in a little bit, coming at $471,000 for this fiscal year. Have some other smaller items that we did in-house cleanup for stuff that we needed for operations. But I mean, it's very, very expensive operation to run. It's in the millions of dollars, as you guys just heard. Very costly. Maintain this infrastructure. Just, we do the best we can with the money we're given. That's all I can tell you.
The stuff that you have in here,
Charles Public Library. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Passes 4-0. Young lady, question on the library. Is the marquee not functioning right now?
The marquee has not been functioning for 3 years now.
Do you have a switch that you can turn it off so we're not wasting electricity there?
I don't,
It's turned off.
yeah, that's what I thought.
We tried to get price on doing, we can't get anybody to return the price.
Oh, I've had people talking to me about the lights being on to it and everything at night, so.
Across the street, Pioneer Bank has a marquee that is breaks the.
Well, I'm just talking, well, it's not, there's no electricity going to it. Okay, I asked that question because I had somebody bring it up, I haven't. But
What about your air conditioning?
Hopefully, it is getting fixed today.
That's what you told me last month.
And it's cooling off.
I know. And at some point, it'll be in the library.
It was 108 outside and 120 in there. We had a meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I'll hand the meeting back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to back out of that deal. So now we're going to talk about financial commitment, public transportation. Hicks.
Good afternoon. So this is a housekeeping item. I come before you every year to ask for the next 2 years' budget. I know you've just finished the fiscal year 25, but this is for fiscal year 26 because we're required to send the DOT a budget recommendation 2 years in advance. So this request is for an administrative budget of $337,637, an operating budget of $1,537,020, and a capital outlay budget of $478,541.42. The total local match for the year is $931,745.68. Now, generally, we over ask from the state, and you guys set your budgets at whatever you set it at, and we live within the means of whatever the city's budget is. But we sort of ask them for the moon. They never give us that amount either. They don't make the decision until just a few months before that fiscal year 26 budget starts. Infrastructure Committee recommended to send it to you 3-0 at their August 19th meeting. And I stand for any questions.
Questions?
I just, asking for 2 years in advance, you don't know what equipment you need or anything. That's,
Yeah, we have to try to predict.
yeah, that's
So that's just one bus, but it's it's 2 buses, Main Street buses. So they're a little larger than.
That just seems ridiculous to me. That's just my opinion. I'm just giving my opinion.
It's not,
Yeah.
it's the FTA that requires that, I guess.
Any other questions? I don't see it here, and it may be here, I just don't see it. We also get federal funding for some of this.
It's all federal funding. It's just that because we're considered rural, it comes through the state, funnels through the state, and
Okay, so the state gets the federal dollars and they reallocate it
yes.
based on their criteria. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm ready for a motion.
I'll do it. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Resolution 24 cites the City of Roswell financial commitment for public transportation fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $1,537,020. Request number?
Okay, got a motion.
You want that on consent?
Consent, on consent.
Second. Got a motion and second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none. Any opposed? Hearing none, 5-0. Okay, we're going to talk about FY25 Department Citywide Fleet Maintenance Purchasing Request. Ms. Hicks.
Good afternoon again. The list that is before you is the vendors that are being used for fleet maintenance and also for purchasing vehicles. However, if someone were to purchase a vehicle, you are not approving that they purchase that vehicle by saying you're allowing us to spend more than 60,000. This is would be for parts only, not whole vehicles. But since the purchasing limit is $60,000, even when we have a cooperative purchasing agreement, price agreement, or RFP, we have to request this every year. So this is, again, another housekeeping thing.
Questions? We discuss this every year. Sir?
I see some of these contract expirations, or are you renewing those contracts with those folks, or
These are,
do they need to be contracts?
these are contracts with the state.
Okay,
And so they're kind of fluid, you know, like you look, every time you look, the date has changed.
yeah, okay, I just see some of them, got,
079, yeah.
we got some stale dates on there.
Right.
Yeah.
So assuming that the vendor has reapplied for the RFP, the next RFP, or it has an extended contract that they just signed for years worth, it should have an updated date. And I can get that for you.
No, it's fine, I just saw stale dates on there, just didn't know what that was about, whether they were valid or not, valid vendors or not. If they got a stale date, are they a valid vendor?
Nope.
They're
Not
not.
until they, I mean, not until they re-sign their next contract.
Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the 60,000, is that for a single purchase?
No, this is multiple purchases. Like, we need a drive shaft for one of the sanitation trucks. It's a $3,000 thing. So cumulatively, as you buy from that vendor, when you're buying parts, it can exceed the 60,000, and we have a $1.6 million budget. So you're buying parts for things all the time.
Right. Isn't that just directed for like one fixed asset? And then another fixed asset?
It's a policy for the city that if you're going to use a vendor, the whole city.
You're only allowed to spend up to 60,000.
Right.
So
It's a difficult rule.
It just doesn't seem right, though. I mean, we use the vendors $100,000. I mean, the 60,000 is, the 60,000 is for a single purchase. Now, it would be daisy chaining and going over it if it was for the same project or the same piece of equipment.
Right, but that's not how our policy is written.
Okay.
We're still under that same one, I assume.
And not exactly a policy, it's a memo. You agree with that?
So, yeah, by artificial dividing several POs.
Right. And the buzzword is artificially. This isn't artificially.
No.
One's going on a sweeper, one's going on a backhoe.
If you take a blanket PO, because we don't know what we're gonna have to purchase from Robert's.
Right.
And you just keep adding to it over the course of the year.
The cure-all remedy for that is don't have a blanket PO. Separate PO for each one.
It doesn't take a lot, but it takes longer than what we'd like to repair the vehicle if we have to get a separate PO every time.
All right.
Over 60,000.
It doesn't mean that we won't spend more than 60,000 with that vendor. It's just a safeguard so that we do not avoid procurement violations.
Okay. I just think we're in, I don't know.
It's a pre-us memo.
Well, I mean,
I would encourage us to.
and I couldn't agree with you more. I seriously, I couldn't agree with you more, but I spend $1 million a year on equipment repair, and we spend with one vendor hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we get audited like there's no tomorrow. And it's only applicable if you use it on one project, one piece of equipment, or a blanket PO. I could see on a blanket PO where it will get you by the horns. I don't know why we separate POs by fixed assets, and you don't worry about findings like this. 12 years. 12 years. No, you got a valid point. Maybe we could get the memo written by you too instead of Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like that.
I appreciate what he tried
Yeah.
to do for the reason.
No, and I agree. And I'm not trying to buck the system. I just,
Make you responsible for spending more than 60,000 with that vendor. It's just.
housekeeping, as you said, let's get the dustpan and we'll, yeah.
I think you got a volunteer to help you with that memo.
I think I would say, Councilor Johnson about the tight ship out there. It's a good bid. We're gonna get one day.
Be careful what you bring out, buddy. I'm gonna rope you in.
You have voluntold.
Can I rewind this? Okay.
Chair, go ahead, Mayor.
So Joe Neb he could verbally tell you it was okay to do. Is that how his approval went?
He has a memo, I guess, that you're referencing. Yes. And
Do a memo?
it'd be nice if it had.
Everybody in the city, it's not,
Maybe we ought,
it was actually posted on the walls.
what we might. The committee of two is maybe we need to make a resolution for this thing. And go, take it through the committee process and get city council to endorse it. It gives you extra umbrella in case the wind comes up. Just a suggestion. I'm not volunteering my services. Already got a committee of two right here in front of me, so.
Let's approve it for now and let's move on and we'll have it on our bucket list.
Mr. Chairman,
That work?
I'm going to make a motion to put on the consent agenda recommending approval of fiscal year 25 departmental citywide fleet maintenance purchasing authorization request. This approval is the ability to exceed $60,000 limit for these vendors. Does not give any department authorization to exceed their approved fiscal year 25 budget.
Consent?
He said consent.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Okay, I didn't hear that.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any further questions? Okay, any negative votes? Hearing none, passes 5-0. Okay, lift pumps. Coming back to the water department. And this is a funding source that will require a budget adjustment.
Yes.
Is this new money or are we taking it out of your existing budget?
New money.
New money. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
There's, my calculation is correct. We've got $500 million worth of these coming up right now, starting right now. So the money goes on your expense line. Yeah, get your pen out.
Put it in the red book.
It comes out of the cash reserves and goes into the expense line. Okay, proceed.
Hey, Mr. Chair, committee members, here asking you to consider approval to purchase 2 effluent reuse slip pumps from Coates Pump and Supply in the amount of $83,010.66. Given to GRT. This will be purchased using state price agreement number 0-00-23-23-00070. The effluent reuse slip pumps are used to provide effluent water to the wastewater treatment plant, gravity belt thickener, the GBT, Wemco pumps and wash water for equipment. Pumps also provide water for the irrigation system for the wastewater treatment plant. Both pumps must be replaced for continuing operations. One pump is ready inoperative and we're trying to get that replaced now. We already did a budget transfer out of our electrical utilities, like I told you a while ago, so we could get one because the other one's making all kinds of noise, about to give out. To continue our operation, and then we'll replace the other one if this is approved. This was not a budgeted item in the FY 2025 budget and will require a budget adjustment. There's a picture of the pump next slide right there. That one's removed, I used the other worn out. And that's part of the filtration system that does all our irrigation. So that's all our reused water for the plant and we cannot do without that. It's critical to operations. And like I asked earlier, I mean, now that this will require a budget adjustment on, I believe, item 27. It's
Yes.
included in 27, it's included in there also, but along with that, if somebody can make an amendment here in a little bit, I'd like to request additional funding for my equipment maintenance M&R on item number 27 here in a little bit. Unless you want me to talk to him, I need more money in that to continue operations for the year. I'd like to request an additional $250,000 transferred into my equipment and M&R.
In wastewater or in water?
Wastewater.
You got the cash.
We got the cash, yes.
So this is not, in the future, this needs to happen.
Yesterday, yes, and we do have one ordered. I did speak with Mr. Cole. He asked me to just transfer money within our line items until we could get a budget adjustment done.
Okay. Question? What's your desire?
I don't know whether it's my turn or not, but I'll make the motion to approve the purchase of 2 effluent reused lift pumps from Coach Supply in the amount of
$83,000.
be placed on the consent agenda.
Second. You got it, Doc.
Okay. Councilor Johnson is the second. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, any objections? Passage. 2 street sweepers, this must be Mr. Nahar.
Mowers.
Mowers. Oh, well, okay. It's equipment, right?
It's equipment.
Okay, forgive my faux pas.
Just hold it right there. Mr. Chairman and committee, this is a budgeted item. It's gonna get 2 Kubota mowers for the street department. You know, we're responsible for right-of-way mowing and some other stuff. And we're gonna use a source well. Chairman, and I stand for any questions.
How many miles of road, if you know, are we responsible for?
We're responsible for 313 miles of roadway.
Okay,
That's not including now.
times 2, right?
You got alleys as well.
And some of the empty lots and then the medians and some other stuff.
Well, it's a big job.
Is there?
How many mowers do we have?
How much what?
How many mowers do we have currently?
3. No.
3 that are operating. So now we'll have 5.
Well, we're replacing 2 that have a lot of issues.
A few weeks ago, Council, we had 0 running.
Yeah, we had 0 running for about a month. That's why all the weeds are really down.
Code enforcement's going to write you up.
Any other comments, questions? Ready for a motion?
Chairman,
No.
for the consent agenda, I would like to consider recommendation of the approval of the purchase of 2 new street department mowers in the amount of $129,707.98.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none. Any negatives? This is 5-0. So we're into the first Blue Street or the next truck. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and committee. Again, this is a budgeted item and it also includes an $81,000 check from the insurance company for one that burned. We're asking for a new patch truck. From Burn Camp, and stand for any questions.
How many of these trucks do you have?
Well, now we don't have none. But one in the shop and it's a GMC and I think it's a 2000 model.
Okay.
And it has some turbo issues and some other issues and they can't get it fixed, so, we don't have a patch truck right now. You know, we bought this one that we're trying to replace with this truck with that fire that we had in our barn. So if we want to have that fire, we'd have an operating truck.
Judging by the size of this,
Gave us,
81,000.
little over 81,000.
they must have been an old rig.
It was, here, it was a 2015.
Pretty old rig. And this is one of those things that get used on a daily basis.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's pothole We growing pretty quick over here.
All right, I'll shut up. Who else got a question or a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to put on the agenda the recommendation of approval of PO request for purchase of a new department patch truck from Berg Camp in the amount of $281,618.35.
Okay. Does that cover the budget adjustment too? Okay. All right, I got a motion. Consent agenda.
Second.
Got a second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, any negative votes? Hearing none, 5-0. Item number 10. As soon as I get there. Whoops, that's too far. Okay, Cummings diesel standby generator.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
for it.
committee members. I'm here asking you to consider approval to purchase a 1,000 kilowatt Cummins diesel standby generator and one Cummins bypass automatic transfer switch from Pax Power Generation LLC in the amount of $471,986.97, which does include GRT. This will be purchased using state price agreement 40-00000-23-00045. Not a zero. The city wastewater treatment plant experienced a power outage when Excel Energy had some power lines break during a snowstorm last winter. The current backup generator failed due to a fuse burning up, some logic control issues, and a flywheel that needed to be replaced. This resulted in a buildup of sewage at the headwork and sewage coming out of a couple of manholes. The generator will include a transfer switch in case of failure of the current generator. This was a budgeted item in the approved FY 2025 budget. There's some pictures on the next slide. The down power line right there, that is the picture of the generator on the right. And this will be positioned next to that one with a transfer switch in between them. With that, I stand for any questions.
So let me ask a quick question. So you guys fire this sucker up periodically?
Every Tuesday, kicks on, 9 o'clock.
And do you also energize the generator side of it, or do you just fire up the diesel engine?
We weren't doing it. Now we are testing we are giving it a load test also.
Okay. All right. Counselor, you had a question?
Yeah, a couple of questions for you on this one. Bonding, what is the bonding, 12,600 bonding about? I mean, normally there's a materials bond or something, but I see on your Trax power generator, the quote here has a $12,640 bonding.
I do it now. I can look into that.
I mean, that's usually on materials, and it's a percentage of. And this isn't material, this is and bonding is usually a good thing, but the generator has a warranty and all that other stuff.
I can inquire that with Trax.
Yeah, because that doesn't make sense. Number two, my next question is, they're going to install this, correct?
They are going to install.
So this quote should also be broken out with labor. That's where your GRT would be applicable and not material. You have the total material, the 471 includes material, labor, everything.
Okay.
So if you could get that broken out with just the labor and then add the GRT to that. And then we're of course, we'll use our exempt status for the material.
Okay.
It will save probably $20,000, $30,000. So
Get that done.
that's all I have, Chairman.
Yeah.
You can go.
You want to go?
No, well then, should we wait for this to come back to us with the exact amounts?
I could always bring it back. I mean, we got the one generator now. I can definitely bring it back next month.
I mean, so that we know exactly how much we're spending here, otherwise you don't know how much you're spending. So.
Yep, I'll do that.
Yeah, and looking at the bonding and everything.
Yeah.
Make sure that they give us just an exact quote of what it will be with the labor.
And I'll have
They're
it
gonna-
also like this one.
Yeah.
So I can bring it back next.
Like you had the one on page 19, you had the labor, tax on labor. I mean, that was a beautiful breakout. And, anytime we use the price agreement, it would behoove us to utilize the line items that we're referencing. It just makes your POs cleaner and everything for audit purposes and stuff.
I just had a question.
Thanks, sir.
Is this the same size as your existing generator? Or is it?
it's just the same size.
So I'm not a specialist in this, that's why I'm asking you. Wouldn't it make more sense to make this the primary and that one the secondary?
We'll still have to run both. We want to make sure both are kicking on. So we'll be transferring back and forth.
Okay.
Because we have to both keep them operational, because you have the diesel just sitting there and it's not, they'll dry up the seals and everything will dry up if you don't keep them operational all the time.
So somebody want to make a motion to postpone this till October?
Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
Mr. Sanchez, so when we lost that generator on Super Bowl Sunday, a big part of that was that large fuse. We talked about this before me. There were 2 of those in the whole of North America. It was going to take weeks. We get a secondary fuse.
Yes.
Replacement.
We did. We have a backup ready to go.
Good deal. Well, 2 instead of 1.
So we're good to go now. And this secondary will definitely help. I mean,
But both generators.
Mr. Cole went out there, yes, Mr. Cole went out there and seen our headwork where they're about to overflow. And then we can start backing up into homes and everything. I mean, it could get bad.
How much time do you think?
That was in about 7 hours when it got to that level.
Yeah, but
I know.
before it started backing up, how much time do you think you may have had? 30 minutes, 15?
It started backing, it was backing up into sewer manholes. We had manholes that popped the lids open and it started running down the road.
Are you serious?
Yes.
It was, I mean, very critical. It was.
Call a floater.
Yeah. That situation.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to postpone this till the October meeting?
Yeah,
Got a motion?
that's the motion.
Second.
Postpone.
Got a second. Any objection? Okay, postpone it.
Thank you, Ryan.
He called. Just right there. For you.
And I won't be here for the next meeting, so Mr. Chairman, make sure that's on the agenda.
I won't be here either.
Well, may not have, we can just call the meeting on. Unless the 3 of them want to just lift this boat by themselves.
It'd probably go quicker.
Yeah.
Let's see, moving on to PO request for purchase of new street department dump truck.
Chairman Committee, again, this is another budgeted item, purchase another dump truck. We currently have 2 running. And, get this from Roberts Truck Center, who's an approved DES vendor who gave us the best deal. And I can't request.
Anybody have any questions? So you've got 1 now?
2.
2.
2 of the larger ones.
They're 5 yards, they're not.
They're not that size.
That's a 10.
10 yard.
So that's not what you have. You have the small.
We have this one.
6.
Yeah, 6 yard.
Automatic.
Questions, comments? Guess ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we consider the recommendation of the approval PO request for purchase of new streets department dump truck from Roberts Truck Center in the amount of $179,857. For the consent.
Second.
Got a consent motion? Okay. So any further comments or questions? Any objection? Hearing none? Passes.
Will second.
Thank you.
Yeah. 5-0. Okay, moving on. We've got item number 12. We should have an amendment.
Committee has the amended abstract packet for items 12 and 15. They pretty well go hand in hand. So we had a bid opening for our fiscal year residential mill and fill. Will say we had a bidding war, and constructors and J&H really bid it low. So what we typically like to do is, if we have any money, add some streets to the budget. We had $1.5 million for the budget, already budgeted amount. So I had the guys, my crews, go look at Washington and measure it. With what we had left, we would get to La Jolla, 3,000 feet out of 5,000 feet. But I said, let's look at the whole mile so we can finish a corridor. And it came in so we can do, and that's what I'm requesting now, mill and fill for $1,661,607.66, which includes tax. That will add on to, what we had on the list, add on Washington from Country Club to Berendo, and that will complete our Washington corridor that we've been working on several years. That will require a shortfall. If you look at your amended packet, the number 12, look at the very back page. We had a budget of $1.5 million. The new total is $1,661,000 and change. We have $151,000 and change shortfall. What I'm requesting is, we'll take it from the Novichip budget. One of the streets that we had for Novichip this year was the very same termini, Washington from Country Club to Berendo. But I'd much rather do a mill and fill than a Novichip, especially at these prices. So in essence, what I'm doing, I'm taking Washington off the Novichip, put it on the mill and fill. So I'm asking for an increase in the mill and fill. That's what you have before you. And then if you look at your packet for 15, the agenda packet, look at the very back. You see where I X'd out the Washington. So now we're just proposing on the Novichip to sunset from the relief route south to Hobson Road. And I'm only requesting, instead of $800,000 budget, I'm requesting $480,000 for Novichip. So if you take the $800,000, less the $480,000, less the shortfall of $161,000 and change, and the Novichip budget, I'll have a remaining balance of $158,000 and change. Just want to leave it in the road fund because we might need some exciting vehicle repairs towards the end of the year, so just leave it there. That's 12 and 15 in the Reader's Digest condensed version.
Yeah.
Questions for Mr. Nahar?
You gotta be pretty old to remember reading the digest.
I remember. I think we could go borrow a copy from the library. Maybe you've got some, I don't know. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, heat strokes it.
All right, any comments, questions for Mr. Nahar? What's your pleasure?
Chairman.
Let the road guy take this.
Yeah. He knows all about roads.
Let's put on the consent agenda the ITB award for the residential mill and fill to constructors for the amount of 1.5. And the amended items by Mr. Nahar.
Look at your amended packet.
So you need to
Keep
take
that.
$1,661,607.66.
What Will said.
Highlighted.
Okay, there it is, yeah. I'm looking at everywhere else but there.
Got a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Trying to see, Louis, your draft here says $1,540,000. Just give me some clarification there. When I'm looking at your city project change order,
Yeah, that's without tax.
that's without tax. Okay, thank you.
Change orders are without tax.
Okay, thank you.
Are you good?
I'm good now.
Any other questions or comments? Any objection? Hearing none, passes 5-0. Okay, hot recycle micro finishing, item 13.
You can show the picture. So, Mr. Chairman Committee, again, these are budgeted items. We've been doing, historically, we do hot recycle, $600,000 a year. And then we cover it up with a micro surfacing, which is $400,000 a year. So that's $1 million a year for the 1-2 punch of the hot recycle with the micro over it. Again, we're asking for the same This year, PO to Dustroff for 600,000, statewide agreement and a PO to, the IPR for 400,000. Again, statewide agreement. And then for any questions?
Questions?
And the list of streets are in your packets, in case you're curious.
So let me ask,
Yes, sir.
so you're doing a mill and fill, how much life continuation for that project do you get?
The mill and fills usually last 15 to 20 years.
Okay, and whenever you go in and do,
The hot recycle and the micro, you'll see the cracks, but the rideability lasts probably 8 to 10 years.
okay. That's good. You got a close look.
No, he's right. 7 sometimes, but I'll go with that.
Yeah, you know,
Dust roll is actually a process where they just mill it, sterification, lay it back down. If you just leave the dust roll alone, it'll fall apart. You have to microseal.
Yeah.
Good process.
All right, any other questions?
As a road guy.
Road guy, make a motion.
Go, buddy.
I'd like to make a motion to consider this PO requisition of hot recycle and micro surfacing over hot recycle pavement maintenance operations. PO to Dustroff for 600,000, a PO to IPR for 400,000, utilizing the statewide price agreement.
You put that on the consent agenda?
Let's put that on the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, council.
Got a second? Motion second. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Any opposed? Okay, passes 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, a moment. On agenda item 12, did we put that on the consent agenda also?
Yes.
Just making sure.
So
Thanks.
item
Council.
number 14, $112,000 increase for safe streets.
McCornack.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Mayor. What we're asking for is consideration of a change order in the amount of $112,000 to increase PO 22401-893, City of Roswell Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan, a current amount of $537,916.50 to an amount of $649,1650. This is one of our carryover POs from last fiscal year. Some background, City of Roswell received a $650,000 award from the Federal Highways Administration for a comprehensive safety action plan back in 2023. The terms of the grant is 80% federal and 20% city match. So $520,000 federal funds, $130,000 city match. Freets and Nichols was retained to prepare the plan, and they've been working on it since November of 2023. Last fiscal year, we spent $404,855.75, which leaves us $53,060.75 remaining in the current PO. We do currently have 2 outstanding reimbursement requests submitted to the Federal Highways Administration. Change order would provide funding for additional meetings and support for Freets and Nichols through February 2025 for possible preparation of the implementation grant submission to the highway. Freets and Nichols, in addition to those additional in-person meetings, will also perform additional work around pedestrian and school zone safety for some of the schools here in Roswell. There's some documentation in your packets that gives some additional information on the change order request. Current budget has $350,000 for Safe Streets for All program, split between $180,000 federal funds and $70,000 city. If the change order is approved, instead of $350,000 spend, our spend would be $165,060.75 total. And our reimbursements, federal highways with the new change order would be $519,916.50. Stand for questions.
Question. Come on.
So on our next round with these Freese and Nichols engineering firm, what do we plan on getting for this? I mean, rather than meetings and looking at some of our school crossings. And I mean, we already got a great study from them that we all liked. We thought it was good. And I thought we'd kind of like cut our losses from there and move forward. And I don't know. I don't really support this. So just, I would rather see money go right on the road rather than these things right here. But that's all I have to say about this one. So.
Anybody else?
I concur, and did you guys see this in legal?
Hmm?
Did you guys already review this in legal?
No. What this is they're looking
Legal
for,
is that meeting what they has?
they're looking for ratification. They've already committed these funds. They're looking for them to be ratified. And if I understand, I don't disagree that this thing was, it's all federal funded, is it not? Is this all federal funded?
Except for 20%.
30.
So,
I think we got 70 in it still or something.
so you're saying that we still owe them
This is
the $112,000?
the change order, is it?
112,000 would be the total of the change order. So
That's for the change
Going
order.
forward, yeah.
So, but we,
So we're
We
up
owe 'em.
20-something thousand on it. 20% of that we're
correct. The
responsible for?
city portion would be 20% of the 112,000.
is this a reimbursable?
It's reimbursement.
So we haven't sent it off to the federal government to get reimbursed yet?
Yes, sir. I've submitted 2 reimbursement requests to Federal Highways. I believe we received either.
Have we received those yet? No?
We haven't received them. What we're trying to do, we had money left over in the award of the budget, the grant. We're just trying to use the grant and add some school zone studies to the grant to add to our report.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're just trying to, we hate to give a grant back. We want to try to get as much out of it as we can. And that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, but I understand. So, but it's going to reduce your budget that you have $350,000 for by extending this by $22,000, which would be the city's portion. Is that correct? Is it 20%?
I think
How much is it? What's the reimbursement on these?
It's an 80-20.
80/20, so it would cost $22,000 out of your budget until you got reimbursement.
I think that we already had a whole match as part of our budget last year and this year. We were awarded this $650,000 last year.
Right.
So we're still working within the limits of the original grant and the original commitment. We're not adding any more commitment to the top.
Well, I'm trying to understand whether it's a carryover. This is not a carryover, or this is new?
We didn't finish the entire grant in one fiscal year. The whole study wasn't complete in one whole fiscal year. And we even broke up our monies in 2 fiscal years. And what's happened, the only thing that's been a delay is there was confusion with our UEI number. You know what that is?
No.
It's kind of like a SAM number, a federal SAM number. It's a federal number. And the city at one time had 3 UEI numbers. We're only supposed to have 1 UEI number. This grant was given to a UEI number and trying to get like your social security number reissued or squared away. They've been sitting on the money. And we got this, but we're just about there. So our receivables is behind it. That's it. We're not doing anything different. We're not doing anything different. Got a $650,000 grant that we say we were gonna cover 20%. We're still working within that parameter.
So you're not asking for any kind of budget adjustment, you're just asking for approval for a $112,000 change order.
If you remember, the pre-nickel contract was under the $650,000. We did the RFQ. They came in cheaper.
Right.
And they came in with the fastest delivery time. So what's happened is we did not adopt the plan, if you remember that.
Right.
We did not adopt a plan, so we're kind of in limbo. So we said, okay, let's do some more study on the school side. We still have some more grant money to do, but we can still expand and get some money back. But to do more study and we only pay 20%, I mean, from an engineering point of view, we like it. And then we are gonna go back to council and we're gonna say, will you adopt the plan? Because we got one more year left to apply for construction money on any of those parts of the plan that you would like to see constructed. Did you find the contract there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right here. It was for 112,000, right? And ours would be 20% of the 112,000. And it looked like meetings and then to wrap up pretty much what we've already looked at before.
That's the school zone stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
So I sit on that committee and they have brought lower cost projects, like he said, that we'd be more, it would still help public safety,
yeah,
but it would help the community. So they have been working on other plans.
the studies would help us understand where we need to improve aspects of school crossings.
Yeah.
So
based on our last meeting, they went back, I guess, to the drawing board and came up with other projects that are less expensive.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, somebody try to make a motion.
I'll do it.
Well,
Ratification of change order in the amount of $112,000 to increase PO 224-01893 for City of Roswell Safe Streets for All Comprehensive Safety Action Plan from the current amount of $537,916.50 to a new amount of $649,916.50 on the consent.
okay, all right. I couldn't find the number here, so I got it. I have a second. One more time.
Now, we have second meetings for nobody second something the other day.
Second.
Got a second, got a motion, a second. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed,
No.
4-1.
I'm a negatory on it also.
Okay, 3-2. Oh, I could kill this sucker right now, couldn't I? Now, let's go on. We're down the road. We're moving to the destination. I got reservations too. Okay. This budgeted, I mean, we're taking out of already budgeted money, so. All right. Item number 15, Mr. Nahar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, what you have before you, look at your amended packet. And this is for a budgeted item, which we have 800,000. We're gonna take 161,000 from the mill and fill. And
Misplaced money.
I'm considering, what I'm asking with this vote, consider PO requisition for fiscal year 25 Nova Chip, hot mix servicing treatment, up to 480,000 to Brazier Asphalt, procurement to utilize statewide agreement. So instead of 800,000, I'm asking for 480,000. Stand for any questions.
We've never really discussed this, right?
Pretty much. Good. You're just gonna yield everything to him initially? Is that what you're gonna do? Okay. Go ahead, road guy.
All right, let's put this on the consent agenda to the PO request for FY25 Nova Chip hot mix surfacing treatment up to 480,000.
Okay.
To Brazier Asphalt procurement to utilize statewide agreement.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any objection? Hearing none, passes 5-0. Moving on to item 16.
Mr. Chairman, committee, again, this is another budgeted item. This is fiscal year microsurfacing only. 500,000, which is our historic number, budget number, 500,000 ITR, utilizing the statewide agreement, and the streets are listed in your packet. Stand for any questions.
What? I guess we're ready for a motion.
Chairman,
He didn't even need prodding this time.
on the consent agenda, let's place this PO requisition for FY25 microsurfacing for 500,000 IPR, utilizing the statewide price agreement.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, any objection? Passes 5-0. Now we've got item 17. Chief, are you gonna do this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, committee, Mr. Mayor, Roswell Police Department's requesting $200,000 be allotted into our line item for Eastern New Mexico Medical Center to pay for hospital clearances and any other incurred costs from the hospitals. This was budgeted last year at $250,000. The year before and the previous years, they just did settlements every year. So this year we're going to open POs, $60,000 with both hospitals. Mr. Yale, the head of the hospital, has worked into an agreement where we'll get cheaper costs if we do it this way and pay instead of every year and a half or 2 years that we had been paying. Stand for any questions.
Questions for committee? You've got, well, let me make a comment here real quick. So you've got $1.2 million in your operating expense line item.
For, operating, I suppose.
Okay, so what you're asking for is an additional 200,000 budget adjustment that has to come out of the cash reserves.
Yes, sir.
How come you're not asking? I mean, we're 2 months into this fiscal year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why can't we just take this out of your operation money?
And we won't have, we go off what we spend on average to operate every year. This was an additional line item that was put in last year by the council that goes specifically towards the hospital.
This wasn't in your 24 budget?
Yes, sir. It's been last year's.
No, this year's budget, one we're in.
Yeah, yes, we requested it, but they went off, y'all went off FY23. It was not in FY23 budget because they did a settlement.
So this is another overlooked expenditure due to the haphazard way we managed to get our budget put together. Okay, questions from committee? But there's no reason we can't. We'll have to look at this again possibly. Pulling this 200,000 out of your operational expense and may have to come back later for other projects, right? That's the legal way to do it? You could do it that way?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not making any motions, but it's something for consideration. Questions from committee? I see some smoke.
I'm waiting to make a motion.
Well, you can make it.
Okay, I was waiting until there's questions.
Well, I guess my question is you're going to make the motion, but do you make the motion to move monies or for a budget adjustment? So I'm going
To move
to assume it's a budget.
budget adjustment
Yeah.
is what I.
Well,
If it's approving the expenditure, then
in the current
Budget
operation.
adjustment from the general fund.
it's
So
approving
you're
that.
adding 200,000
Yes.
to the general fund line item,
Then be
taking that
making
out of
budget
your cash
adjustments,
reserve.
correct?
Pardon me?
Then we got to approve the budget adjustments for these. Is that what you're saying and later on?
Right.
Yeah. So we're just approving the expenditure. We're just approving the expenditure right now and the budget adjustment or just the expenditure?
Just the expenditure
Budget adjustment.
that is coming later.
On 27th?
Yes.
Today.
Next item, 27.
So save 200,000 temporarily by just giving him authorization to use his operating money instead of out of the general fund.
But see, I have a problem with that because he needs his operating fund and it's not his fault he has to pay $200,000 for the hospital bills.
Well,
But his department's gonna suffer because.
Well, if I may answer, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
operating budget was set up off of fiscal year 23. 24 was as if it never even existed, with increases all the way across the board. Our equipment, our fuel, everything else. So when we came in at 23, we were already behind the 8 ball. We take 200,000 off of our operating budget, we're going to be in dire situation. We understand the city itself is in dire situation, but we're going to be in an extreme dire situation if you request the 200,000 to come out of our operating budget.
But everybody's forgetting that in November, we can start using that special gross receipts for public emergency departments, the fire and the police specifically. And we need to buy a little breathing room if we can. And then we'll make that decision later on if how we're going to spend that money.
I think, Mr. Chair, I think we need to go back and relook at the way that that ordinance was written to how you can specifically spend those funds before we make that
We're going to have to do an amendment to it.
Yeah, and what
I don't
what I'm
remember.
hearing from the chief is if we were to give a $60,000 purchase order right now, things would be a lot cheaper. Is that not correct, is what you said?
It is correct. I worked a deal with Mr. Yell, and actually we had to pay a settlement. Our settlement was through January or December 31st. So we're going to have to pay a settlement from January 1st up until whenever this is approved the month. And then we'll open the PO because we couldn't open the PO after meeting with legal at that time and do a settlement. There was some kind of legal thing with that.
What's our settlement?
The settlement.
We'll do a little, Mr. Chair, if I may. So the background is that in 23 and 22, this wasn't put into the budget. We had to jump in and do Miss Davies, what was it, $200,000 settlement? 250 that year? $250,000 2.5 years ago. Those of you who were here, or 2 years ago, you would have approved that. Chief has been pretty good about negotiating with the medical people. Apparently they're scared of guns. And he's got they're under no obligation to charge us a discounted rate if we don't get it agreed to up front. So without being able to execute these POs up front, it puts us in the negotiation disadvantage.
Let me ask you another question since you popped in the door. So on the public safety tax, is that limited to only capital purchases or anything that these guys need?
Once the first 2 buckets are filled, then this could fund this.
But I don't like to rely on that because you're guessing November.
Well, yeah.
Well, it could be December, but that's halfway through the fiscal year.
Yeah.
And we're just 2 months into the fiscal year. So, and we're going to hopefully do a mid-year look at the overall budget. And in November, I'm going to request a quarterly review because you can't, it takes them, okay, you got July, August, September, that's your quarter. October, they got to start calculating the data, getting all the receipts in, disbursements made. So the first time you can realistically look at a quarterly is in November. Is that fair?
Well, yeah, finance is too early in the month to do it the month after the quarter end.
By the 20th.
Yeah.
So we'll have, because we got to do a DFA quarterly report. So we'll have a skeleton to go by and we can talk about it. I'm just offering you suggestions on how we can trim back as long as we can the situation we find ourselves in by using our cash reserves for this stuff. I mean, I got it, Chief, you just stood up. I'm not picking on you.
No, and I would say that, since my arrival and even Deputy Chief Taylor's handled the budget, police department, I feel, has been good stewards of our money. We've negotiated this price down. We've gone to countless meetings with Mr. Yale and worked out these agreements. Our bill was well over $500,000 last year, and we got it knocked down
So he's been very understanding. The agreement I made was starting July 1st, we're going to do an open PO to where we can pay you monthly. I couldn't fulfill that obligation because it wasn't budgeted. We're fixing to start the real-time crime center here in the next probably 2 to 4 weeks. We've already got most of it set up in the building. So I think cutting our budget right now puts us, like Deputy Chief Taylor said, could put us in a hole.
Just an idea, Mayor?
Yeah, for a long time, and to me, in the previous administration, they refused to pay for medical bills at the hospital, as I recall.
Racked up.
And so they got a huge deal because the city just said, we're not going to pay it, let the county pay it. And all that stuff, this whole thing got all screwed up with that. And I think this is a way that the city actually probably has to pay for the city prisoners in the county jail. And I think this is a way to kind of get there.
I think this money
This is a
is because they've got to go get a medical release for anybody they detain before they take it to the county. Once they're in the county, then it's the county's medical that takes over. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, if we were to move this to 60,000, you said we needed to do $60,000 increments on purchase orders. Is that what you said?
We can only do by the rule that was brought up by Ms. Hicks, 60,000. So we're going to actually add on $60,000 PO at Loveless also because competition is better, even though our primary place to take people is going to be Eastern as a trauma center. But if we get backed up or they get backed up, instead of having the officer wait for hours, we can always rely on Loveless. The excess money will be if the 60,000 runs out and we have to still look at the settlement, which I'm guessing will probably be anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 for if we finalize this by the end of August for 8 months.
So what do you think I'm just trying to not hinder your budget now. If we took this down from your 200,000 to get to the point where we get the bucket filled on the additional tax increase.
It'd be 120,000.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. What will get you to that point so that we don't affect your current operating budget?
Probably to get us to the point where I'm going to have to do the settlement, we could probably, I would say no lower than 170 because we're going to need 60 at Loveless, 60 at Eastern, and then the settlement to get us from January 1st to August 31st.
Not much, maybe.
It's not much difference. So.
And then if we come back, if that money runs out, we're going to have to scramble because we can't ever judge. We're just going off.
No.
Every year, it's probably average over $500,000. We've negotiated down. Now, by doing the new process, we're actually going to get a lower rate. And Mr. Eintema actually met with Loveless and talked to them, and they've cut us a discount also if we need to go there. So this will benefit the city as a whole.
Okay.
Can I make my motion then?
Huh?
I make my motion.
Sure.
Everybody's through this question. Okay. I made my spiel.
I move to approve the move monies on a budget adjustment from the general fund account, the Roswell Police Department account to cover medical expenses for Eastern New Mexico Medical Center and Loveless, which was budgeted for fiscal year 25, the amount of $200,000 as a budget adjustment in the consent.
Is that a second or
no? It's going to be a question after a second takes place.
Second. Got a motion and a second.
My question is, move monies from where? So if we just make it a budget adjustment, there's no moving monies. Correct?
Yeah.
I don't know what moving monies means.
You had two options to either instruct them to move money within their budget.
Which he doesn't have.
Adjustment.
Budget adjustment.
So if you want to make your motion to
do a budget adjustment of $200,000.
That was your motion, wasn't it?
Yes. I started reading.
And remove the move monies portion.
Yeah, remove monies.
I'll second that portion.
Consent?
We consent on that?
Yeah, it's on consent.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Any opposition? Hearing none? Passes 5-0. Peter, you're up next for a general fund account to the,
Mr.
oh,
Chairman.
this one's got a story behind it. Roswell, the school resource officer.
Yes. Chairman, committee members, Mr. Mayor. Actually, the amount on here, Roswell Police Department request $25,000. The added to our line item. We get $100,000 every year on our contract from the Roswell Independent School District for our school resource officers, which we use for equipment, overtime and special projects and stuff like that. $75,000 was actually allotted by the council. We got paid $75,000 a year before last because one of our resource officers was on maternity leave for a semester. They prorated it down. So this year we actually received $100,000 that was put into the general fund just prior to July 1st. But the council did put $75,000. So we're actually only asking for $25,000 to be adjusted into that account, make up for the amount that wasn't put in.
The money came in after the preliminary budget was done and got deposited, so we didn't have the time to give him that money because the budget was already done. So he's asking for the budget authority to spend it this year.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just a timing issue.
Right.
So that's part of your inflated cash balance problem.
I get it. It's not inflated, it's what it shows. So
No, it's inflated from because it's encumbered.
it's not accurate.
It's encumbered. And, but anyway, that's a different discussion. We've already had that, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so, Mr. Chair, I want to move that we make a budget adjustment from the general fund to the Roswell Police Department account in reference to the school resource officers in the amount of $100,000 on the consent agenda.
Second.
So motion second. The opposition passes 5-0. Now we're going to get into lodger's tax. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I'll wait till.
Oh, you better wait.
You're too late. You stood up and you didn't move.
It's that OLD.
All right, so lodger tax request for who we get
Sling it.
flag football. Sling it.
Sling it. So, good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Today we're coming to ask you to consider recommendation of Sling It Lodger's tax spending request to City Council and an amount of $19,000 for advertising, police, fire, and gas station. For their application, Sling It is a 4-on-4 flag football tournament that is held in Roswell on Memorial Day weekend. This is their fourth year running the event with their local team. Their estimated attendance in 2024 was 7,500 to 10,000, with 108 teams participating, which totaled 750 players. The event was voted on at Occupancy Task Board with their vote of 5-0 at their August 20th meeting. Fiscal year 24, they were awarded 10,250 under the Glory Days, and they were reimbursed $6,309.45 of their eligible expenses. I have Mr. Williams here if you have any questions.
Planning a big crowd again?
Always. Get bigger and better. First year that we did this, I think we had 72 teams. The third year we did this is 108, so 50% increase in teams in 3 years. To be honest, to say that we'll get back to a 500 team tournament, I don't know. There's tournaments that happen all over America that weekend now. Roswell is known as a hub. It is the flag football capital of the world, I guess, or of the nation. I don't know how much flag football paid, across the country and the pond, but it is getting bigger. Since it has become an Olympic sport and now part of the NFL Pro Bowl, flag football, I think, is going to have a revamp and a new takeoff. I do anticipate more teams. I wouldn't anticipate anything less,
Good
but
question.
it's growing considerably since the first year bringing it back.
It's 50%.
And enhance your marketing, or
What's that?
you're gonna increase your marketing strategies?
Yes. So last year, we were kind of hampered by a gentleman that lived in Georgia. And so, he is the one that makes the final decisions. We make the recommendations. He makes final decisions. This year, it'll be 100% local. And so we'll have the control over getting things approved, and it'll be streamlined a lot better than it has been. As far as advertising, some of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to get out to more of Southeast New Mexico. And a lot of the teams and stuff that we had come, we had teams as far as whole teams, as far as Northern Colorado. And those teams that came here were excited, and they had a lot of friends back home that were upset they didn't know about it. So, they know about it now. And some of those people actually came, watched, and participated. Some of them were able to sub in, some of them weren't, but they were gung-ho about bringing their teams back this next year.
It's 50%. Perfect, okay.
We used to do 50% of the total cost.
Excuse us, we were listening to one ear, talking out the other. Okay, this one, Councilor Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is the full request
The 19,000, yes, so.
19, it's not 50%?
Correct. July 1st, there was a policy change for lodging tax that no longer required 50% reimbursement
Okay.
Policy.
for the lodging tax event policy.
Where did that policy come from?
Mr. Rankin.
I can answer some background on that. But the previous lodger's tax policy included a reimbursement. We could find no legal basis for why that was included. It also had a distance requirement, which we couldn't find a legal basis for why it was included either. For us, at the administrative level, the reason this was proposed in this way is because all of this advertising money counts against the $653,000 we have to spend every year. Our view was that it's better to let community groups that provide tourist services decide how to advertise for themselves, as opposed to the city going through a contract that the previous group had decided upon. The other part of that is the security part, and that is simply the city paying the general fund through lodger's tax, if that's how they're exercising that. So we're kept whole.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but do we have a maximum amount? To see all these things are.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the maximum amount in budget was 120,000, and because of procurement rules, everything's capped at 20. We came in under budget as a result of that cap. So the idea was 100. Well, let's see, was it 120? But it was more than that last year.
Last year was
100, the 2 years before.
Yeah.
Right. So 3 years. The 23 budget had a larger number. We come in under that. So let's try to get back.
Satisfied?
Well, I'm trying to get here, trying to look at these numbers here, but how do we get? It looks like 5,000, that's going to come back to the police department, or back to the general fund, correct?
Correct. So if it's used for security, that's what.
It'll come back to the general fund,
Yeah.
transfer out.
It will go to the set team needs determined with.
Same thing with the cleanup and sanitation, that'll come back to the general fund.
Correct.
So the only thing that we're really paying for is and this request is for 19,000, correct?
Their original
In total?
was for 20,000. OCD recommended 19,000. They had 2 items on there for posters, and so they reduced it by $1,000. That's a recommendation from occupancy tax.
You had posters listed twice.
Well, again, try to help me out here. I'm looking on their marketing budgeting plan. That's where the request is, correct? We got $2,000 for the radio, another 1,000, there's 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, there's 5,500 there. And I see down here, Is this shirts, are the shirts 10,500?
So the bill that we had last year for shirts came in at about 8,500 for just the players, I believe if that was correct. We didn't account for, so you can't account for like the staff, you can't account for the hospitals and stuff. It's only player shirts that have the Lodgers Texas logo. And so I think that bill came in last year at like 8,000.
Okay.
Anticipating more players, you'll have bigger expense.
And no one else's logo will be on those shirts.
And all the sponsors are on the shirts.
Does that fit inside the rules and regulations?
Yeah, I'll admit that I thought that was a weird one, but it is common practice around the state and state.
Okay, as long as it's inside the.
No, it was surprised that I had a different legal opinion.
Okay. Got it.
There's a registration fee, correct?
There is a registration fee.
Why does that not cover for the shirt?
Yeah, what's your registration now?
Yeah, what is the registration fee?
The registration fee this next year will be $350.
So why can't that money be used for the shirts?
A portion of it is always used for the shirts.
How many players do you get?
Last year we had 750.
What's that, Mr. Accountant? How much?
You get 750 teams?
750 athletes.
I mean, what is your registration fee per applicant or is it
Per team
team?
is 350.
And how many teams did you have?
We had 108.
So you had 35.
So last year there was a tiered structure as far as the entry fees came in. So it's a $300 early entry, and I think it went to like $325 and $350. So
It's $32,000 in entry fee. What are you doing with your entry fees?
it goes all over the place. It goes for people coming in and setting up fields, tents. It's going to pay back some of the officials. We have costs and stuff that we incur ahead of time back into the city for the rental. I think what else is on those line items and stuff that we've paid out
don't
outside
have
of your
that?
marketing and stuff like this.
It's not included in here, though. We can't see what your expenses are.
They didn't ask for the extent.
TJ, did you see their full budget?
They're,
What their budget is? I'm not against this, but what I am for is we need to see the full financial transparency of this transaction. Of,
I mean, I have the.
you know, he's bringing in $32,000
Right.
and we're giving him 19. So what does the thing really cost? I'm not trying to cut you down from what we're doing, but I'm not seeing what you're doing with your 32,000. You're just saying it's going for things. What specific things and what specific dollar amounts are those?
The items that I was privileged to see last year was $36,000 in expenses. And I know that there was a little more than that because there was other expenses that I didn't see that I know were expenses for the tournament.
And that's the reason why you're doing it, bringing it local instead of off in Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, we need more of a handle on it here locally. I work a full-time job and I shouldn't be stressed out about it.
Are you looking at buying the shirts locally too?
The shirts were always bought local. And most of the stuff that does come back is here locally.
So Brandon, what was your cost to rent the fields?
Was it 3,000,
It was a little bit
3,500?
And that's not a,
That was the maintenance fees for the launch pack.
okay, that's
Well,
Doesn't cover facility.
Well, this sounds like one of many stories we've heard where they're going through reorganization. And I would suggest that they bring us a full set of financials next year. And I'm not suggesting that we vote this up or down today necessarily. I'm just saying, going forward, we need to look at those financials, whatever they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chair, I think if we're going to do that, we could introduce that in the occupancy tax committee setting so that they do that with each request.
Well, and some of these requests, I mean, this is a straight business decision. They're doing a specific function with additional funds, and we need to kind of know what's going on. Not that we're gonna audit you or anything like that. But I agree, but not all things that we have larger tasks could potentially fall into that kind of category. And so, I mean, that's just my edification. You guys do what you want to do. At this point, I'm serving at the will of the committee. So, any other questions?
No.
Do I have a motion?
Chairman,
Football guy.
I would like to put on the consent agenda the recommendation of the Fling It 2025 lodger tax funding request to the city council of 19,000 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation.
I'll second it.
We got a second. Further comments or questions? Hearing none. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to the Roswell Hispano Chamber. We got some financial data from those guys. I hope everybody had a chance to go through it. Who's going to be this was missing last time.
That is correct.
Now we got it. So open for your comments. I guess we got a handout.
Oh, that's a lot.
What does your membership look like today? John,
What we're getting right now.
you can talk to me about it while you're passing it out.
Okay.
Is it up, down, all around?
It's steady.
Right.
Stable. Yes, steady. It has it stayed the same as last year, 97 or 98 members, I believe. And I think it's 97 members.
Well.
Oh, absolutely. I yield.
How many dues paid members? I was going to go through here, count up all the yeses.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me go to that.
I've got a yes here. The
Well,
last payment was March 23.
Yes.
Got a yes and one in the withdrawal. And then I don't invoiced yet, yes, but paid, it says no.
So obviously, a lot of them have committed to renew. The ones that have the yellow and have said or have a no are the ones that have yet to be invoiced. Some of them was oversight for the part-time employee that we have right now. Obviously, we had to keep our expenses low while we're reorganizing and finding a new executive director, reworking our bylaws and stuff like that. There's mostly yeses. They just need to be invoiced. The ones that are no is because we have not invoiced them yet. Some of them is because their anniversary date hasn't been reached. So, if they paid in October 2023, we're not going to send them an invoice in September. We're going to wait until their anniversary date to send it out. Some others, like the very first one that you see that says April of 23, he should have been invoiced. That member should have been invoiced. And that was an oversight on our part-time employee. It was also an oversight on the board, simply again, and as like you mentioned earlier, we have been going through the reorganization, redoing our bylaws, and making sure that this time is the change of the board, brand new board almost, and just to make sure that we have everything done right this time around.
Credit, what's the cost of membership?
Actually, I'm gonna give you the new numbers because they were, this is, we had an executive committee meeting yesterday where we were gonna recommend to the entire new board our new fees for one individual. it's gonna go from $90 to $125 a month. For a nonprofit, it's gonna go from $200 to $240. The 2 to 10 employees is gonna go from $250 to $290. The 11 to 30 employee category is gonna go from $400 to $475. 31 to 100 is gonna go from $650 to $775. Sorry. And the 100 plus employees is gonna go from 1,000 to 1,500. This is what's gonna be sent to our board in an upcoming meeting next week. This has been reviewed by the executive committee. This is what we're hoping that it's gonna be approved.
So, just out of curiosity, I know I saw the figure somewhere. How much were you paying your former director?
$24,000 a year.
Or what do you anticipate paying when you new executive director? What do you anticipate?
The compensation package that we came up with is for $24,000 a year, plus gets a little complicated. Any new member they bring in, it's a 50% commission to them the first year, 25% the second year if that member renews, and then 12% the third year if that member renews. The fourth year is nothing. So, and that makes it, it's like a compensation package to make sure that this executive director knows that, you know, nobody can live on $24,000 right now.
Oh,
it's very difficult. Exactly. Pretty much. So that and a stipend for, I believe is $200 for fuel, since he or she will probably be driving her car to go meet with current members, possible members, and they need to pay for fuel and wherever all their expenses they have.
Your budget summary that's in here, is that estimated, what you're planning?
Yes, and that will be we decided to align our fiscal year with you guys', so we decided that it's gonna start now from July all the way to June, and that will be the new budget that we have worked on for the education that you guys requested and for membership.
And so, since we're in it already, have you planned any of these events?
Yes, and that's something that Mr. Gerard has actually been working on, especially for the RFP class. So far, it's looking good.
Okay.
So your board has approved this. Keep looking at.
We have, yes.
I think that your whole board.
Okay, yes. We went over it and we approved it.
But the financial disclosure has been reviewed by your whole board?
Yes, we are aware of everything that's going on as of right now.
All right. Yes, sir.
So your budget, I'm looking at that and it says, I'm trying to understand that your membership, is this the expense side of it? Is this all this is the expense side?
Or
the revenue side?
Yes, that will be all expenses.
Your expense, so you're saying you can operate. This does not include an executive director, does this 50?
No, that includes.
What does it include, the 50?
That includes the cost of attracting and retaining membership. Okay, so, and that would be, you know, it would show the $25,000. You guys, we're asking for 50,000, so it will show half of it is going to be for retaining membership, attaining new membership. Okay, and the other half is for the education expense part of it. Okay. But the budget that you are provided is reflecting what will be the expenses to reach that goal.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other question? So, refresh my memory on the contract. with the city? What is it that you agreed to or we agreed to on how you were gonna spend our 50,000?
So we agreed to provide 4 classes for the year, or not classes, what were you?
Lecture series.
Lectures, to our members and anybody that wants to participate, citizens and others. And that's half of the contract. The other half will be the membership, growing the membership, so we can get off of you guys' back. And we can be independent and keep driving and moving on from there.
Comment? This 50,000 comes out of the general fund. It's not been budgeted, is that right?
It doesn't come out of general fund, it comes out of a different fund. And it is not budgeted, and it is a budget adjustment when you get to item 27. It comes out of fund 2630.
And how much is in it right now?
0. The budget adjustment also included the increase for,
Somebody gets that line item, where?
it's going to come out of general fund.
Good.
So
So we take it out of general fund, move it to this line item for expenditure for these guys, the Roswell Economic Development Main Street Road.
Yes.
So that fund is sitting at 0 right now, or it's got,
No, it's sitting at 0. There's a budget adjustment in here adding the 50,000.
okay, but the ones for Main Street, Roswell, and,
There was enough to cover EDC, and there was all but 32,000 to cover Main Street Roswell, the last.
okay,
So it's also part of your budget adjustment.
it's more than a $50,000 budget if you approve this at 50,000.
Right.
The 82,000 adjustment.
Yes.
Right.
What did we budget, remind me, what did we budget Main Street Roswell for? 75?
75.
You'll make a motion.
Pleasure.
It's his turn.
My turn?
Yeah.
Made a lot of them in the beginning, but I'll do it. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request from the Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $50,000 to be placed on the consent agenda.
Second. Go ahead.
Second. Okay, got a motion, second, any other questions or comments? Any opposition? Passes 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a long road. You've had to jump some hurdles. Hopefully you learn, so it'll be a smoother process.
Yes,
It will.
No question.
So now we're going to talk about the Historical Society of New Mexico. We're back on lodger's tax. This is one of those that doesn't fit the business model kind of thing.
22.
Okay, go ahead.
This next one is consider recommendation of Historical Society of New Mexico Conference, lodging tax request for city council in the amount of $2,600 for advertising. There's a brief history. We convene a conference to bring together historians, researchers, educators, and history enthusiasts to discuss, learn about, and celebrate New Mexico's rich history. This year's conference will be held at the Roswell Convention and Civic Center, and will focus on the rich history of southeastern New Mexico. This item was voted on the PPT tax board with a voting time of 0 at the August 20th meeting, and this will begin using. I have Elaine May here if you have any questions.
If you have anything to say,
Briefly, Amy had to leave, so I'm on the board with her as well. We're very excited. This is the State Historical Society that is putting on the conference, not our local. We're of course here hosting and helping, but they've never been in South New Mexico, never had a conference south and halfway. So we're very excited to try to bring them down here and include us, Clovis, Portales, et cetera. Another board. And to have the conference here in this area and celebrate here as well. And this brings, again, focus in on history and the love of history and respect for all of our facilities and exciting areas here in southern New Mexico. So very excited about that. This amount is $2,600 and it's just for advertising and to promote this event. I stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman, south of 40.
Yeah, south of 40. I'm trying to think of a line. There's no river goes that way.
So, John, is the Hispano Chamber going to play a part in putting this event on with the Historical Society?
It's actually put on by the state historic.
Well, okay.
We certainly would consider it. It would be right down our alley in terms of our mission.
Better to be.
And I'd love to work with Elaine.
Yeah, absolutely. We expect to involve the entire community with this. As she said, schools, teachers, the valley, everything. Absolutely.
To answer your question, we are not only open to, but we're looking for ways to become engaged and to become more engaged. One of the things that I wanted to get on the table in terms of the Hispano Chamber is we believe it's time to let the past challenges go away and start engaging with the community and working with the community to make this community the place that we all want it to be.
Absolutely.
And when is this event going to take place?
April 24th through the 26th in 2025.
So it'll be spent this fiscal year. Perfect.
That's a final year.
Not worry about carryovers.
The lodger's taxes cover 1 year from July 1 to June 30.
Yeah.
So it overlaps that. It's not a calendar year, it's a fiscal year.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we consider recommending approval of the Historical Society of New Mexico Conference Lodgers Tax Funding Request to City Council in the amount of $2,600 for advertising out of the fiscal year 25 lodgers tax.
We'll put that on the consent agenda.
On the consent.
Second.
You're welcome.
Got a second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none. Any opposition? Hearing none. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Did Kevin do the second? Okay, on to it.
Of course, I got to look up if you're holding your hand up. Oops, going on to the next item. So we're up to page 132, which is another lodger request.
This next one is for the Roswell Travis County Funds Office. Lodgers tax funding request city council an amount of $20,000 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation, and negotiations with the city of Roswell for a sponsorship. So just a little history. So the lodgers tax funding is for two different forms. So the first one is for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation. The second funding is for sponsorships. That was part of the policy change in July. And so the negotiations will go through legal with Mr. Eisbach. The Matanza Fest, this is their new lodgers tax event, and the occupancy tax board voted 5-0 for August 20 meeting. And then I have Mr. Ward here for any questions.
Mr. Matanza Fest, have any questions or comments?
I do. What a surprise. Shocking. A lot of money is spent every year on education here in New Mexico. And we all know the results. The results are we're 49th in the nation. I want you to think about education and poverty. We're also 49th in the nation in poverty. Is there a link there? Could it be that one begets the other? We at the Horseshoe Nails Brigade, which is the sponsor, the organization, the umbrella organization for the Matanza Fest, We want to change that. And we're focused on doing two things. We're focused on working with the institutions, educational institutions here in Chaves County that offer alternative paths to educational excellence, whether it's military, higher education, trades. ENMUR is going to play a very big role in this. It doesn't matter to us. We want to offer alternative paths. Now, why? Because Chaves County is 67% Hispanic. The Hispanic high school graduation rate in our county is 65%. We're losing 35% right off the top. Why? Because we believe that not everybody wants to be a rocket scientist. Not everybody wants a university degree. You know, you could make my plumber makes more money than I do. Okay, so that's what we're all about. That's what we want to do. 100% of the money, with the exception of the expenses, 100% of the money that we make is going to go to institutions, and they in turn are going to funnel it and channel it to the kids that need it. Our mission is to break down any barriers to educational excellence that we could find and break down, including youth challenge, sir. That's it.
Questions? Yes, ma'am.
First, I know this is a first event, and I think it'll go well, but I mean, personally, I think you're overestimating the number of people with 10,000 for a first-time event in one day. I think you're overestimating how many porta potties you need. That's a huge expense. But we don't even use 50 porta potties for the folk festival for the 3-day event.
Well, let me take each one of those in order. Well, first of all, the Matanza in Valencia County, they bring in 12,000 people. Okay. We've spoken with a lot of folks, both in West Texas and southeastern New Mexico. And the excitement, the level of excitement for the Matanza is way over the roof. And as evidence of that, I would say, take a look at the executive committee that we've been able to put together. We've got an executive committee of 50 people, and there are many people in this room that are part of that executive committee. And these are people that do top of the line things here in Roswell and Chaves County. So based upon that, and based upon the fact that there's the community, the demographics in West Texas is that over 55% of the population there are Hispanic. We think that this event is going to draw a huge number from them because they don't have to drive to Belen. They don't have to go all the way around and down over those mountains. They can come directly to us in 2 or 3 hours. In addition to that, we're going to be trying to draw from southeastern New Mexico, obviously, which has a huge Hispanic population. So based upon that, and based upon the results of the Valencia County Matanza Fest, we think that actually we thought 12,000 might be it, but we tried to bring it down a little bit.
I'd love to see that many. I mean, I think it'd be great.
We're hoping. Yeah. We're hoping, absolutely. In terms of the porta potty, NMMI uses Shiny Boys, and I somehow believe that maybe the city uses Shiny Boys out of Dexter. Is that correct? For porta potties? And we met with Rick Ford and Chris Martinez and myself. No, Leslie was out of town. And we talked about how many porta potties we needed. Chris Martinez and Rick Ford estimated that if they open up their bathrooms, which they're going to do for us, that they will, that we do need 50 porta potties if we have that many people.
Okay, and then my other one, same question I asked for the football was, can the t-shirts not come out of the registration? Because it's not your fault because we didn't ask for it, but Do you have your budget in here, how much the registration is and everything?
I don't think so. The registration is going to be for teams. It's going to be $200 per team. We estimate maybe 15 to 16 teams. And we're going to be paying $18,000 for hogs. The matanza is going to be, the teams are going to cook carnitas, chicharrones, carne adobada, a mystery basket, which I cannot disclose. And I forget what else it is that they're going to be cooking. But the hogs are restaurant quality hogs. They come from Kaiser Farms in Albuquerque, $1.85 per pound, which is pretty rich for hogs, on the hoof, so to speak. But we want it to be an excellent event. So the entry fees are going to go partially covering the hogs, and then we're going to have a prize so that we can draw the best teams around.
Then one more question, it has nothing to do with this, really, but you're saying are they getting a whole hog and the team has to butcher it?
Well, they're going to get two hogs.
And they have to butcher it?
Half hogs, yes. They'll be USDA-approved hogs and processed in Alamogordo, brought up here with a reefer, and then each team will go in and take their 4 halves of hogs.
Just wondering how they do. Okay.
How do you say that? 4 hog halves?
4 sides of pig.
There you go. I like it. 4 sides of pig.
Are you done?
I'm done, yes.
John?
Yes, sir.
What is your fee for people to attendance fee?
Tentatively, we've established $20 for individuals over 18 years of age. And for individuals under 18, I don't believe we could charge with sponsorship. Is that correct? So
if you got 10,000 people coming,
probably 2/3 of them will be kids, 2.3 kids. Well, not 2/3, about a half. 2.3 kids per family.
we get to, does one family share a kid so that the 3.3? Or one kid gonna get chopped up like your hogs?
Mr. Counselor, we're going to let them make that decision. They can do whatever they.
You're almost half and half, so 5,000 paid.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And what we want to do, look, here's what we want to do. We want to raise $120,000 to give to these organizations that do include Job Corps. It includes everybody that you can think of here in the community. Just come to our executive committee meeting. It's on Friday tomorrow at 9 a.m. and you'll see who's there. Everybody that, the community is very well represented there. And so we want to raise $120,000 this year. What we want to do next year is raise 1.2 million. And we want to raise 1.2 million so that we can put in a trade center down at ENMUR, like Dr. Powell did in Wyoming, to feed into that trade center from all over southeastern New Mexico and West Texas for electricians, for welders, for all of these trades that are in short supply here, but we could make them available to everybody.
I didn't know. So when you're.
Wait a minute. You got any questions?
No, okay.
You got any questions?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Yes. Would, they're gonna serve some of the cooking and stuff like that?
Yes,
for
sir.
fee?
It's going to be, for the exception of the judges, all of it is going to be served to the attendees, to the public.
Is that part of the $20 entrance fee or?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I want a ticket right now.
Well, we're considering a higher price ticket.
Oh.
Healthy
Yeah,
eaters.
for healthy eaters.
So
Yeah.
again, don't get me wrong, I support this 100%. But your swag bags too, you're asking lodgers or the sponsorship from the city to pay for items to go in the swag bag. If you're charging team and you're charging people to enter, to me, that cost should come out of that bucket.
Well, the emphasis in my mind, and I'm the founder of the Horseshoe Nails Brigade, the emphasis in my mind is we want to funnel as much money to education as we can.
Yeah.
And that is, look, that's our future. If we don't get that straightened out, we're going to be in.
No, I get that, and I
So-
support that, but your total lodgers tax, what you're asking for lodgers tax and sponsorship is $88,000.
I do understand that.
Yeah, and that's more than any other event.
I understand that, but we believe that we're doing
No, I'm,
not anything better, but contributing to something that hasn't been done here that is necessary and needed. And by the way, it could be that we don't need that amount of money for swag. We just found out that there's a possibility we can get swag from the state of New Mexico, the Department of Tourism.
And the city of Roswell. And
we've gotten
Other than that, many of those, I've been trying to get some pins for all my counselors, at least the ones that boat riding. Why?
I guess.
Now I know why I ain't got one, right? I don't have one either.
I'm trying to understand.
Nobody here votes right. None of us have pins.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
Oh, right.
We're going to go to sponsors, and the sponsors that bring in, that donate $25,000 will be called the Matanza Maestro. So if anybody's interested in being the Matanza Maestro, let me know.
Well, I hope you have a very, very successful event.
Thank you, sir.
I suspect next year, if you have a very, very successful event, we'll have some financial data from you when it's over.
Perfect. Thank you for
motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought you had.
Well, it says for sponsorship funding, what are we looking here? Is this just $20,000 request and that's it?
So yeah, for this one, it's the $20,000 with the city attorney for sponsorship. That will be, I know what he requested, but it doesn't have to be done now. So once it goes to Hess, he makes the negotiations, then it'll go to legal and then finance again for the sponsorship. So this right here is just the $20,000 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation.
Well, aren't they separate? 20,000 for these, 20,000 for.
Yeah.
Two different
No, it's
two different dances.
advertising, police, fire, and sanitation.
So all we're voting on is 20,000.
It's written sponsorship here where it maybe shouldn't be on.
I'm a little confused.
Negotiation with the city of Roswell for the sponsorship.
All we're approving right now is the 20,000.
You need to take out the
Lodgers tax. The other will be is a different issue.
Let me make a motion.
Thank you.
Please.
That makes sense to you?
Sir?
Did that make sense to you?
No, but I'll go with it. Because
Got him.
look, it's okay. It's okay. Why, you guys are doing us a favor.
You'll hear the motion.
So we
Sit down, hear the motion.
understand the motion.
Make a motion to move on the consent agenda, the recommendation of the Roswell Chavez County Matanza Fest Lodgers tax funding, request to the council in the amount of $20,000 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation.
The motion. Last
Second.
second. On the consent agenda. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard him say that loud and clear.
Well, I just checking.
Just confirm.
You know, that doesn't hurt to ask one more time. So, any further comment? Any opposition? Hearing none, passes 5-0. Now we're going to talk about the Rio Pecos Kennel Club Dog Show lodgers.
They're requesting $4,578 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation. This will be the 71st annual APC All Breed Dog Show held in Roswell with over 350 entries from all over New Mexico and the United States. About 30 RVs attend the show and park at the grounds, which is at the college, correct, Elaine?
RIAC Park, the Little Rock House.
Correct. 24-hour private security and custodial services, including porta potties, are provided, which are included in their request for lodgers tax funding. This event has received lodgers tax funding in the past, but they have not applied since 2020 due to the pandemic. And then I have Ms. Nathan here for any questions.
I do have.
No question.
So the RV parking, I've had calls from a company that does RV parking. They have a real problem when the city, it's against the law for the city to allow RV parking. Is that correct? City.
Oh, Lord, you're putting me on the spot. Oh, no, that.
So.
Where's our legal beagle?
He's over in the other room.
Yeah.
Bagel. He's watching.
And I know they do it.
He's
They've
at
done
a
it for
kennel dog
years.
show, man.
I just want to make sure that maybe there's a permit you can apply for something.
Usually do a park permit. However, in the last few years, we've been renting the space or leasing the space from the airport.
RV parking for the dog show, is that allowed on the property where they have?
It's the RIAC Park. We have, in the last few years, leased it from the airport.
Earl Cummins.
I would say because of RV park, they complain.
It's actually grade school in the city property. We kind of solve what we want.
Okay.
The prerogative of being a sovereign.
Okay, so we're okay with that. Okay. Sorry, I just,
Yeah,
yeah,
good.
I just know I get complaints.
Any other question?
This has been going on for years.
Oh, I know it has been, but I've been getting a lot of complaints, especially with the girls softball, that we're allowing RV parking there overnight when it's apparently against the law, I've been told.
At the Woolmo?
Yeah, at the
Yes.
Now tell them to go to Sam's.
Well, the Woolmo area is listed. But,
I just want to make sure,
No, that's fine.
permit she could get or something to
Yeah.
allow it.
Yeah, they have to be settled the next few months.
Well, and that's why I want to make sure.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the day of, oh, by the way, I'm
Do anything the day of, exactly.
sounds like you're good to go.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, the recommendation of on the consent agenda of the Rio Pecos Kennel Club Dog Show lodgers tax funding in the amount of $4,578 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation.
Got a motion and a second. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none. Any opposition? Hearing none. Passes 5-0.
Thank you. I'll be back.
You sure about that? Oh. We haven't turned anything down yet. So that may not be your lucky spot.
Oh.
Okay, now we're talking about the Roswell Sympathy Orchestra. Yeah, $20,000.
Yes.
We get some concert goers.
We needed that, didn't we?
Sally Eintema, also known as Mama, and former president of the board for Roswell Symphony Orchestra. This is our brand new executive director, Brian Britton. We're very happy to have him. So we're requesting $20,000 for advertising for our 2024-2025 season. We have historically gotten around $5,000 per season, or per fall and then spring. And so this is pretty much in the course of what we've asked for before, just under the new guidelines. And I'm happy to field any questions.
Okay.
What, you don't have a park in the zoo? You have a symphony in the zoo?
Working on it. Our funding from the state has pretty much dried up. And so we're working really on a season to season, almost concert to concert basis at the moment. I think most of you know the history of the state funding that we used to get quite a bit from the state, and that has not materialized the last couple of years. So it's a little tighter. We're working on getting a concert in the zoo, if not well, certainly, if not Memorial Day, then next Labor Day. But we were looking at maybe a Memorial Day concert in the zoo as well. So we're trying there.
They used to get some money from the legislature because there's not many cities that have a symphony in New Mexico, and we did, and they were getting funding, and then one of the staffers or somebody changed the funding to make it go statewide instead of to Roswell. And so it cut all their funding out, and so it's really hammered the symphony. But I would like to get, if it's possible, to get people, but we're back to using the zoo and everything else and see what we could do about it.
I know our maestro, John Fair, is excited to bring those back. He has a Labor Day concert he had planned for 2020, I believe, when COVID shut things down. And so he's excited to get that back.
And he's been our maestro for 50 years. Well, made it, and nobody has that either. I mean, we're really, really blessed to have him and the symphony.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, I'm ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve the Roswell Symphony Orchestra 24-25 season, the Rogers tax funding request in the amount of $20,000 for advertising to be placed on the consent agenda of the next council meeting.
Got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second it.
A motion and a second. Any further comments? Or discussion? Okay. Hearing none. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Now we're going to talk about the Galacticon.
So the next item is for Galacticon and Roswell Daily Record, Rogers Tax Money request of city council amount of $20,000 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation. I have the Lombardos and Mayfield here for any questions.
We got two of us today.
It's fine.
I'll start whenever. I'll start. Basically, as part of the kind of the top 4 people at the UFO Festival or organizations, entities, RDR and the Galacticon, we share the Roswell Convention Center. And we weren't sure, things have not gone through yet with funding for the UFO Festival, if it's going to be the same as last year or not. So we put in for a joint application for lodger's tax for, because it is for advertising, security and custodial. And so we put in one for the convention center in an amount that's about a fourth or so of what the budget was last year. So this is for advertising. Obviously, if funding goes through like it did last year, which was a pool, then we will contribute to the pool and benefit from the pool as well. So that's what this one is for. Certainly important with RDR.
All I have to say is we're saving $20,000 because we're coming together jointly. Trying to bring our team together since we're both in the same convention center. So.
And again, UFO went very, very well this year. You'll be hearing a report at the next council meeting. And the Galacticon, RDR worked together quite a bit with the RCC and through the whole FEMA invasion, which was necessary, obviously, for the Ruidoso evacuees. But it was kind of up to the last minute, spreading around and getting the facility open and making sure that they're going to be there. So, but it all worked out. We had the support of the city, the support of the RCC, and it all worked out. We had a great weekend.
Questions, comments from the committee? I guess we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we consider the recommendation of the Galacticon and Roswell Daily Record largest tax funding request to City Council in the amount of $20,000 for advertising, police, fire, and sanitation in the fiscal year 25 largest tax budget.
Got a motion
On the consent.
for consent calendar. Do I have a second?
A second.
All right, so any other
Good, Will.
comments or?
Thank you, Will.
You're such a thrill. That was.
Could have kicked you with the tape.
Okay, hearing none, any opposed? Okay. This is 5-0. Alien Fest for $20,000.
Hey, guys, I got to be the last on the list.
No.
Oh, well, next to the last.
Ways to go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right, for the larger checks. So I like Elaine, you know, we don't know for sure what's happening with the UFO festival overall, so we've requested specific funding just for the Alien Fest and for things that happened on Main Street. And so I wasn't quite sure when I first submitted these, if I could submit them all separate. So I submitted one just for, you know, the advertising part of it. And then I submitted another one for the police sanitation and all of that. The 20,000, I believe, was approved, but it was approved for all of that. So for advertising, police, sanitation. So it was approved for all of that. I really don't think that 20,000 is enough for all of that, but I understand that maybe when I go back to you guys for the sponsorship portion of it, that maybe I can ask for additional funding for that. So what I did, if you notice on my reports here, what I did is I took a portion of that, because we did, of course, we did the UFO festival, we had a huge budget. So I pulled that budget down for it to be more regional, local and regional advertising. And so that did come down quite a bit, but still it ended up being around $20,000 anyway for that. And then again, with the police and security, and again, with porta potties, because like I said, I separated those out. It also came out to 20,000. So now I have just one budget of 20,000 for all of that. And so I'm probably going to need more than that, but for now, since 20,000 is the limit that allows this time, then I'm asking for that. And I will ask for more during the sponsorship portion of this if allowed.
Questions? Nobody has a question? I guess ready for motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we consider recommending the approval of the Alien Fest largest tax request to City Council in the amount of $20,000 for advertising out of this for police, fire, sanitation, and negotiate with, well, I'm going to take that out. I'm just going to add sanitation. In the fiscal year largest tax budget on the consent agenda.
Second. Got a second. Any further comments or discussion? All those opposed, signify by saying aye. Hearing now passes 4-0. Now we're going to spend some real money. Going on to approving budget adjustment for the fiscal year 25. And I've got some questions that we get started. Go ahead. Is this Tony?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. Agenda item number 27 is consider approval of resolution 24XX approving budget adjustment for fiscal year 25. The finance department is requesting a budget adjustment for line items in exhibit A. These are adjustments for various grants and other departments. Various funds are revenues in $381,561.70, expenses in $5,314,064.73, with various transfers as well.
Yeah. All right. So let me ask a question. Is all of these budget adjustments, what percentage of these are budget adjustments because it just wasn't budgeted in the 24 budget? All of them? Few of them?
Because they weren't in the
they weren't.
23 budget.
No. In the current budget year.
Oh.
25, excuse me. FY 25.
None of them are in the current budget.
Yeah, but these are misses that we made that need to go. I mean, are these must do? I've got training funds, I've got uniforms for the municipal court. The vehicle was for 3,800. He's got a vehicle, but he can't drive it because he doesn't have any
Right.
money for fuel or tires or anything else.
And that's why we've listed them out for you on what it is they're requesting. We weren't sure that you all would put $5.3 million through in expenses. So tell us which ones you want, which ones you don't.
I understand that, but maybe I'm just dense this afternoon after sitting here for 3 hours. Well, I guess we could go to transit, have them go through their line item, and IT, they can go through their items.
And Judge says it should be online to explain his if you have questions for him.
Well, let's just start at the top of the list there. Is that all right with everybody?
No, if I do, it doesn't show up.
I'm gonna get up and move. I can sit there this much longer.
Well,
I'll take a whole break.
it's a big agenda. We've been moving pretty good.
It doesn't pick it up. It doesn't pick up the slide.
So who's here with Keep Roswell Beautiful?
Amy?
Oh, that's you?
Yes.
Lucky you.
Yep.
Is this 31,561.70? Is it?
So
381.
we were just given the award agreement a few weeks ago. In the current budget, we budgeted $50,000. $25,000 of that is a city match that is done every year. And so the adjusted amount is just to award those grants. So it's a revenue.
And it's a revenue.
Yeah, it's a revenue.
So that's a plus?
Yes.
Oh, well, we like that.
Yeah,
That,
And Junior Bill is also a plus. Oh, that's great news.
Revenue.
All right, so let's talk about municipal court training. Anybody here from municipal?
He's online.
He's online?
Good evening, Mr. Corn.
Oh, Judge. Go ahead. What's this training you're doing?
So we have training obligations for new hires. New clerk training will be part of that process. I have a new court administrator. Training will be necessary for them as a new first line supervisor. The training for clerks will ramp up for in-person training, which will be part of their process for their associations, their clerks association. We had not had training for some time for clerks, but that was during the COVID processes. And then now training will be ramping up, and I'm actually trying to save the city some money and generate some gross receipts tax. I'm trying to convince the training cadre to use our facilities at the convention center. So if we can bring all that training to there, we might have 82 courts participating in local training. That'll save us some money and it'll help our gross receipts tax. That's a wish, but it's been discussed.
Was this in your request for 25?
My training, yes. Everything that I have listed for you. Mr. Corn, I'm not sure you have my memorandum in front of you. I spell out each of the requests and what they're for and the total amount. I wasn't sure if you had that. I didn't see that in the public documents, but I sent it to you. Yeah.
All I got is line item. Oh, excuse my ignorance, but I mean, you answered. The biggest question I have is, all these things were requested and what put in the 25 budget.
right.
So this is an oversight for whatever reason.
Well, it was because we used 23 numbers. The majority of of the expenditures are going to be because we used fiscal year 23 numbers. We weren't right out of COVID yet, so there's no training in pretty much anybody's budget. We weren't in the building over here, so that wasn't in the budget. And that's what we're facing right now, is using 23 numbers for 25.
Okay. So anybody have any questions about the expenditures from us? No?
No.
We'll try to keep this in sections. No questions? We'll go to the police department. We've already talked about the hospital and the resource officer and the 350 junior bill. That's money coming in. That's the 350.
Well, and it's allowing them to spend it, so it's a revenue mix.
It's a neutral.
Right.
Okay. So let's talk about the fire department and insurance. That was an oversight?
It was a building that burned out at the airport. And when the insurance proceeds came in, it was all deposited in the airport. And this is because the equipment that was in the building belonged to fire. This is moving the portion of the equipment, insurance reimbursement to fire so they can replace some of that equipment.
So that's really a net zero.
It'll come out of the enterprise, the airport enterprise fund?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's a zero. Okay.
Planning, I know part of this, the whole planning deal was a complete elimination of their rent payments for $181,652.40. You guys really keep track of it. And that's the Southwest rent, COG, which is money we've already
paid that, but it was taken out of planning and we're going to put it back in planning. Next year, that'll come out of the clerk's budget.
Good. Any questions on either the police, the fire, or the planning?
Yeah, dude. Oh, never mind.
Any question?
Mute.
So that's the new software that you purchased over there for $41,900.
Me too.
Yes.
That's their new software.
Yes.
Okay.
Engineering, we got training and travel in here. Once again, oversight. Requested, but it wasn't funded, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions on engineering? Code enforcement. Once again, requested but not put in the budget.
And because we weren't doing demos in 23.
Yeah. The question, what did we do in demos in 24? We spent.
That I don't know. You know?
And it also includes not just demos, things like trees, cleaning up plots, boarding up houses if we have to.
But how much did we spend in 24? You can look that up, Janie. I think I can.
Probably between 30 and 60.
Mine too.
My city Bible. Find it.
129, 690, 37.
300,000.
120.
129.
Oh, 130.
It's $170,000 difference. Increase.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that we need to do that we can't.
And again, the real question here is, if we're gonna continue to tear down buildings, it's gonna cost $300,000. Or we moratorium on it, don't do it for a while, further getting behind, because there's new ones coming up.
Yeah, but there's some houses they've got.
Yeah, well, they're hazardous.
Yeah.
They really are. And that's just the ones I know about, and I'm sure there's a bunch I don't. Go ahead.
Just quick, since the legal walk back in, where are we at on Town Plaza? Because that's going to be a costly one if we take it on.
We're scheduled for trial in June.
This wouldn't even begin to cover what the demolition would be for Council Plaza.
Yeah, 2 million.
Right.
And truthfully, the only way that legal can see funding that demo would be probably a ballot measure. We just can't pull 2 million out of the general fund. If the public hates the eyesore, we can put in if council votes, they could make it a 1/15 tax for 6 months, and that would be enough to get rid of it.
When we get there, out of the court.
Interested in working on it right now, so.
Let me tell you, before you even get started, that's gonna be a downer.
No, that's.
Vote for it, because I have to look at the daggone thing out.
But yeah, I'm trying to put it in perspective. I mean, it's a 16th tax for half a year. It's not an insubstantial.
Yeah, everybody lives north of First Street won't even know what we're talking about.
I was just curious where we were in that.
Animal control, 25,000.
That was a grant that came in last year, and they didn't get it spent, so we're giving them, because they need to be able to pay some vets.
It's a wash too, because it's money that came in.
Okay. I like those washes. IT, we got travel, equipment, vehicles, non-capital computers, track security. What else? Oh, we got a whole bunch of stuff on the next page. Talk about you.
Yeah, I didn't know Danny was gonna talk. That's right. Most of this is something wasn't budgeted in 20, or wasn't budgeted in 2024, plus the increases in subscription costs and stuff in 2023 and 25. There was like the contract rentals and leases. We did all of our network equipment is subscription based. We ordered this equipment in the latter part of 21. It came in the very last half of fiscal year 23. So we paid like 1 month's lease on it. So that's why there was no money there, because it went all back. So the actual amount of that account was like 180. So, but we have that equipment, we pay every month on it now. When we did our original budget for this year, I just based everything off the 24 actuals, but then we went back to 23. So all this stuff would have been in our projected 24 actual budget. Since 23, we added 2 more vehicles, 2 more people.
So what's this M&R vehicle, 5,200?
We have 5 very old vehicles that are always in the shop. And we have like $1,500 in our budget now, which will be gone with another set of tires here pretty soon. I mean, some of that stuff like that, we can hold off and close out, but I can just tell you last year, we spent like $7,000 on it.
I'm looking at 10 million, 1,500 won't matter. Computer subscription, software, you cover that, supplies, fuels, so it's got that. Okay. Any questions on IT? This thing alone, human resources. Okay, Miss Shirley Bell, that's what you've been sitting there for all afternoon.
I'll even make it even quicker, sir. We would like to move our agenda item to the next meeting as a standalone.
Oh, so we get to put a line through this one?
Please don't.
Today, for today. I like that. There, I just saved 800,000.
I'm feeling bad for more next month.
Temporarily saved.
Temporarily.
Okay, now I got a question. I've been looking at the water, and you guys come up on certification for some of your people, yes?
Yes.
Is this money going to cover your certification costs?
Right now, what we've been doing is moving, since we didn't get a lot of funding, we're just moving money from other line items. I mean, I don't want to ask for too much funding right now. I want to see where we fall, and I can come for a budget adjustment later on.
Okay,
I'll work with the money I have right now.
okay. So but the training, OSHA training and stuff is on you or is it on her?
A lot of what you're doing is OSHA stuff.
Yes.
A lot of the training that I do is safety training, yes, sir. And CDL and heavy equipment.
That's all you.
That's from our department, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, there's more for water certification where we send people here in town. We sent, about 15 operators to a workshop here. We have some more going to Albuquerque next week.
But it doesn't
have some, nothing to do it. Shelley does a great job of providing OSHA training and a lot of the rest of it.
Okay. Well, I was kind of curious about that. That'll make our legal attorney breathe a little easier too, based on what's going on with the training requirements that are coming on us. Public affairs.
She already covered that one.
Yeah, that's the expense side of revenue.
It's an in and an out.
Transit.
Again. So transit is a grant fund. We're in a separate fund because we have a grant that pays 50% of our expenses and or 80% of our expenses, depending on whether it's operating or administrative. These items were not in our budget this year.
It was requested?
Yes. Usually, finance would budget those numbers. I'm thinking those account numbers got moved to general fund.
Yeah.
There was a shift this year where utilities and insurances got moved to the general fund. Well, yes, the general fund funds us the amount that the grant doesn't pay. But if we don't have these expenses in the grant, we can't get reimbursed from the grant. So it has to be in our fund. So this is simply just moving it back to our fund. Saying that? Yes, okay. And if you could scratch through the 37,798 small bus price increase, next month I'm going to bring a budget amendment. It's a zero thing. It's a wash. The state is going to cover all of the funds for the buses this coming year.
So we're going to do this first.
Yeah, if you want her to be able to get reimbursed, she's.
Okay.
I need these other expenses budgeted in my fund so that I can get reimbursed by the state.
Okay.
We can redline the 37.
The 37,000. You can redline the 37,000 because next month I'll talk to you about it.
So we can, oh boy, saving money big time. Huh? Okay. Any other questions on transit? Okay, lodger tax, 120,000.
That's to cover the events that you guys.
Okay, so that, we've already made those decisions, and this is the budget adjustment.
Not a budget yet.
Okay. Streets, patch truck, we've already done that, and this is the budget adjustment to make that happen. Air Center, 500,000 TSA.
Yes, so this was requested. It's part of the 2.8. So all this funding is credited towards the settlement agreement. It's security improvements and contract security costs.
Okay. Cemetery, are we going to talk about this casket carrier again?
Sure.
Is it actually manufactured and it's not shipped, or you physically got it?
No, it's I had a
brain part?
No, yeah, we did a video call, and it is being manufactured. They're waiting for the cat-tip rollers actually to come in. Now, this was when I contacted them back in March. They had told me it was going to take a couple of months, and it didn't happen. We did not get all the for the casket roller.
So this is one of those deals that we took credit for and we got to fund it anyway?
It has an open PO attached to it, yes.
Okay. Any questions on the cemetery? Air Center, everybody satisfied? Okay. Economic Development, Hispano Chamber, we already did that. Economic Development, Main Street, Roswell, we already did that. And this is a big item, is what's the status of the health insurance? It's been billed.
Since last year. Right.
And we encumbered the money at one point.
Right.
And I understand there's a lawsuit pending on this deal?
Yes, sir.
We're not a part of that lawsuit, are we?
We are not.
Okay. So we're just throwing it in there?
Hanging out.
I mean, we got a bill.
Well,
We got a bill.
and the bill shows $1.4 million outstanding on it every month.
So we're appropriating the money and we'll see how the lawsuit settles to see if we actually have to pay it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand that legal stuff a little bit. Questions on the health insurance that was billed? Remember, that came in last year before that. Last
As
year,
we were doing budget.
we were.
Chair, we'll budget it again next year.
Yeah, we got a little background. We already had the budget to bed, and then we get this bill. We'd already asked them, are we expecting any increases? No. Thank you.
Bam.
And then we get this bill in the mail for $1.4 million. So we budgeted, we haven't ever cut the check.
Right at fiscal year end.
Right. I mean, the next budget was already to bed.
Yep.
It was crazy.
Yeah, Friday afternoon, and we were having city council Monday.
Yeah.
And at 4:30, it's like, oh, what are we doing with $1.4 million?
You remember that?
Yeah, good luck balancing a budget with that.
Yeah. Landfill, training and recycling, these were asked for, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir. So landfill training, there's a few certifications that we need to carry. We need to have our personnel there. We do have a new landfill supervisor. We do have another employee that we're going to be training with the environmental specialists that we have out there. The environmental specialists we have now might be leaving the city. We don't know yet, so we want to have a contingency in place. We have VESTA certification, the certification actually that I carry, and it's actually a $1,000 class, but this is just only a renewal. Tremble training, so this Tremble training is actually the GPS surface modeling program that's built into the compactor that monitors our compaction rates, our fill rates, and our cut rates. Make sure we can target passes and compaction so we can extend the life of the cell. Small water certifications, this is for 2 individuals. This is strictly on the landfill side for our environmental petroleum tank certifications. Landfill operator certification that actually happens in October. We're hosting it here. 30 people from around the state are going to be here doing their landfill certifications. HAB WAPR 40 is a requirement for the landfill supervisor and also the environmental specialist. RCRA is a federal side. It's a Land Resource Conservation Act certification for 2 employees that have, so we can run your landfill safely. Identify hazardous waste material, hazardous waste. As you know, our landfill receives everything from the city. We need to be able to have the employees trained, retrained, recertified, and make sure they identify the proper hazardous waste and how to work it. On the landfill recycling, there, since you know, we have a 2023 budget that we received, and landfill was not part of it. It was introduced before. It's been quite a bit of an uptake, so we do pick it up, we transport it, we buy some containers for it, and we transport it to the landfill authority, the Green Tree Authority that does recycling for us. So that would be able to cover the cost of going out there and dropping those cans. We have to pay to drop it off. They process it for us as well. And for that, I stand with any questions.
Any questions? Like, that's pretty thorough. This was one of those things that was requested but not funded. Water, this is a OSHA settlement. Learned counsel? You all have anything to say about the OSHA settlement, 600,000?
Yes, so this is a worst case scenario. However, when OSHA, if a settlement's reached or if they were to make a determination, you have a 30-day window to pay. I'd rather just be there.
So we got to front load this one.
Yeah.
Waiting on the outcome, kind of like our insurance.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
I'm optimistic that, not unlike the 500,000 we had to front load 2 years ago because of the pending Ascent Aviation, we were able to from all of that. We're still negotiating with Santa Fe.
Exactly.
Okay, wastewater, the lift pumps we've already discussed, it's the same level. And the wastewater backup generator, we've already discussed that. Any questions on anything?
If I may?
Yeah.
This is where I was requesting if we could make an amendment to this budget request here to add another $250,000 into wastewater treatment plants, the 4355 account for maintenance and repair of equipment so I can finish out the year on equipment maintenance. And that'll be coming out of the cash reserves of the wastewater enterprise fund.
250.
Total?
So just additional
250,000
for equipment M&R.
Can we do that here?
Huh?
We do that?
So what we'll do is with the changes, we'll give, even if you put it on consent, we'll give Amalia a clean sheet for council.
Well, if you said consent, I want to make all those other councils go through what the heck we're going through.
Well,
I'm not going to give them a free ride.
Well,
I think it's going to be long enough.
They're going to give them a free ride.
we could, you guys are putting everything on consent agenda. So I made one motion today and I'm not going to make one.
You sound like the mayor.
I know. He knew it.
Where he was at.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about some transfers. If there's any questions on anything that we've discussed. Okay, transfers, Air Center. And it's offsetting, golf's offsetting. We got general, right?
Yeah.
And civil emergency.
Part of these were budgeted in capital accounts, and we've not allowed staff to move out of capital. So if something was budgeted in capital, but it was should actually be a maintenance and repair, they're wanting to transfer it. So it's all within budget. Just asking for approval to move it out of capital into the operating side.
Okay. That's the whole balance. That's all the transfers.
Other than the Air Center to general fund for the insurance.
Right. But everything else, the police, convention center, all that stuff is, this is adjustment, but not an add to.
Right.
Okay. All right. Any questions about the transfers? We got through that pretty quick, actually. Saved a little money in the process. But a little, every nickel counts. Okay. Questions, comments? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, just trying to keep track of where the cash balances are with off the original budget to what these adjustments be. I think that would be beneficial to see. I know general fund, looks like the general fund is going to get 2.2 million. The mass transit's got to be funded out of the general fund, but even though it comes as reimbursement, it's still going to come out. You got 115,000. The lodger's tax is okay, it comes out of its own separate fund. Streets comes out of its own separate fund. Air center's its own separate fund. Cemetery, it should be its own fund. I didn't look to see what the cemeteries,
It is and that's in their cash balance.
their cash balance, so they're okay. I'm just trying to see where the cash balances are trying to end up here. Economic development's gonna come out of the general fund, so. The landfill comes out of their own cash balance, water, their cash balance. The 1.4 million, we don't know where that's gonna go. We have no clue where
It's
that's
going
going.
to hit every department.
Right.
It was a little bit too big, and when we added it, it was a little late to try to
Right.
calculate all of that.
So without that, we are reducing budget-wise, just budget-wise, what the original cash balance was for the general fund by approximately $2.5 million. Correct? You agree with me? So that will leave you a projected cash balance of $200,000.
Yeah,
That's all.
it's getting pretty skinny over there, isn't it?
Yeah, and I guess where that's leading me to, because we're going to get into your report. It's going to talk about the GRT, and it's flat. There's no extra GRT there. It shows, but you pull out the funding for the public safety, and it's a flat one. It's a flat to what you budgeted. It's a flat to what it previously is. And so I get that these items were not put in the budget, but I can't support it because I think the whole budget needs to be relooked and adjusted ASAP. Because when you've got $200,000 is all your projected cash balance is going to be, I can't support these things until we look at, see what the heck what our budgets really, really are. So that's just me. You guys can do what you want to do. I just can't support it until I see what our real budgets are.
I've been wanting to figure that out for 2 years. So that's why we had that discussion starting out, so we could find out how we could get a more clear picture.
Now, let me ask you, Jane, if these items, do they have to be put in? Some of these items need to be put in. I mean, they just don't have any budget capacity. But what are these items that don't have to be 100% put in until we have our budget review? That's what I would really like to look at, is when we make these budget adjustments, when we have our budget review, which will be November, you're saying, but it really could be.
November quarterly, mid-year will happen in February, hopefully.
Yeah, those numbers are out by what, the 15th, 10th or 15th of the month following?
What the,
Your actual, when you get your books closed, usually.
but by then, definitely, it's that finance falls too early in the month.
Right. For us to see it on a relatively quick
or the
basis.
next month.
Yeah, it's
So
always a month
If we
behind.
were changed with legal.
Then we'd be
they'd
okay.
Probably get you a set of financials by then, but
Yeah,
it's.
the way we hit finance, yeah.
Well, so we're 30 days running behind.
Well, I'm just trying to, yeah, it's a little more than that, but all I'm trying to say is that until we exactly know where we're at, with all these additional budget requests coming through here, we don't know where we're at. We're just operating in the blind, in my opinion.
We've been in the dark around here for a long time.
So I don't have an answer at this moment, but I can't support all of this going through knowing that we're going to have a projected cash balance of $200,000. If everything goes to plan, now it won't. We don't know that. It could be even worse. It could be better. We don't know that.
Hopefully.
But I have a real difficult time supporting all of this. Do you really need the full 181,000 in planning right now? No.
I can tell you, I haven't paid rent this month, so I
Oh,
can
but
give
you could get by with a 6-month budget adjustment. You could get by with that until we get a review. The code enforcement of 300,000, you could get by with a smaller amount until we do the review.
Yeah, but their rent may not fall in that category.
Like we haven't paid.
No, it's going to be, that's 100%. That was a bad one. But yeah, because their rent's gonna be there, no matter what.
I can tell you when we ended the year, and the ones of you that were here for last year, we did a big budget adjustment, prior year. And this year, we didn't do that big of a budget adjustment in, July to close June out, because I went in and there and everybody's budget, I started moving it within the general fund. As long as I stayed within that fund, I can move
Right.
that budget around all over the place. That's what I did.
Right.
And that's what we can do for you to get your rent paid. You know, the budget is giving authority to spend.
That's what it does.
It's not saying you're spending it on this or that. We do have, you know, payroll is set aside and capital set aside, but anything in operating, you can spend that entire amount on whatever you need at the time and come back later for a budget adjustment where you know whether you're going to have more money or not.
Right.
And I'm going to use a bad example, and I don't think anybody's here from there. The airport has 32 million in budget authority in expense. Why would you give them more? I just don't know. I don't recommend that. So.
I concur with what you're saying. I agree with you.
Is there anything on here that can't wait 6 months?
Mine, please.
She has to get that for reimbursement.
Hospital one can't.
Hospital one is what we need the hospital.
Yeah. And yours is going to be general fund and per fund.
The Carol
So hers
Petrie
is
one.
going to have a net effect on there, because we'll just move that out of finances budget into her budget
Okay.
if you approve that.
So it's net zero.
It's a revenue, but it's on this.
Any weeds, trees, none of that. I have $0 in that account. And we've been moving what we can, but I mean, I'm just putting.
Well,
So I just want you to know that.
their rent is more than what their whole budget was that they got for operating. So, I mean,
Some of it yes, some of it no, it sounds like.
Pardon?
Some of it is yes, we can wait 6 months, some of it's no, we need to move. And I'm not entertaining any more budget adjustments till we get a full year review, mid-year review, excuse me. Did this because everybody was crying that they didn't get it in their budget. And so I said, well, we'll look at it. Paul and I had that conversation. And now we're looking at it and everybody's going, oh my gosh. You know, what are we gonna do? So contemplate what you're thinking. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
I really do need my budget authority if I can get mine's enterprise fund. It is, we do have the cash on hand.
I'm talking general funds. What I'm talking about.
Yes, sir, Counselor. That's why I just want to make.
We're leaving you alone right now. You spoke up.
Hey, you spoke up. I mean, what you're gonna do with that $7 million you guys did? I want to know what that's. I want to know.
Back through this and pick and choose.
You know what I would really, I don't know. Maybe it's could be put on the council agenda. But items that are must-haves to do today to get these things fixed. You think it's
so who decides the must-haves? Who decides the must-haves?
Well,
that's why we're here in front of.
I know, and I'm not sure I understand or approve any of the general fund must-haves, except.
Well, and the.
Civil emergency preparedness, those are the two plans that were approved.
Yeah, I get it,
but it's written right now. Purchase order was issued in last fiscal year, and it's about a 9-10 month process to rewrite those plans.
Yeah.
And
so we knew that going in.
Yeah, they
knew
were
that.
funded. So it was just making it available to her.
And the same with the grant for animal control. Yeah.
Y'all do what you want to do, then nobody will say what I feel.
Well, you can't go yes or no. Doesn't sound like that won't work. we need to probably go through here and find the ones that you want to give them a 6-month reprieve on. And then we'll go on down the road.
I'm just concerned that we're not gonna have any money, Bob.
Oh, I haven't had money since I've been here and you've been here.
But we always seem to come up with a cash balance, but I know what that's caused by now. And we always seem to come up with a larger cash balance than what we had. And I understand most of these things need to be done. There is no cushion unless you go and reduce your.
You find something to cut.
I got it.
Got to reduce your cash reserve.
That's the flip side of that is you can go find something to cut it out of, reduce your expenditure budget on.
And that's where we really need to be concentrating is figuring out which departments are doing a really good job with their funding and which ones are being a little sloppy. We got some good ones and we got some that I don't know because I haven't had a chance to sit down and go through their stuff. But today's not the day to start that discussion.
Well, I know it won't be soon, but when will we find out the lawsuit about the health insurance benefits? Is that going to be years down the road?
Could be. That's why you got a budget for it.
Well, but that's not even in my number about what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about $2.5 million
Yeah.
going to come out of the general fund with these budget adjustments that they're asking us to make.
And you're right, we've got a revenue problem, it's flat. We've got an expenditures problem in the way we're structured.
It's going up. And
it's not going down.
And a lot of this going up is based on the U.S. economy and, I mean.
The price to do business.
Price of pipe, price of couplings, price of labor.
And we have already raised revenue in all areas that we can raise revenue. And somebody that's more learned than me can correct me. I'm going to the people for a referendum.
116, that's all we got left.
No, we don't even have that.
That's gone?
That's gone. The public safety took.
We have a 1/4% tax left, but only by referendum.
Right.
The other cities have a higher tax than us.
Lots, actually. Other cities, something that we haven't done is also, the pool, by way of example. A lot of other cities would send that to the voters. The city council just chose to do it. That's 22 million in debt up front.
So that's still on there.
Right, and that's 3/16 of our 2%. So.
It's sunsets.
Right, but it's sunset, so Albuquerque is building a new Olympic pool and it's going to the voters. Or actually already passed by the voters. And that would have.
When does our sunset?
37.
Until 2037?
I think that, is it 2037?
No.
No, so that's kind of a core of the problem is that the previous councils they wanted to spend on projects that go to that they wanted and they didn't want to go to voters. And it's cutting at the core of basic service.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And let me make another statement that goes to this budget crisis that we're talking about now. I think everybody's finally realizing that we're in a real budget crisis. But if you go back from 2017 to 2022, and we've cut back on this practice of fund, we were pulling money out of the airport fund, the water, sewer, solid waste, for a total of $16,248,427. That's not right. Well, but this money's gone, and you're listed to the need is still there.
Do you have that? Pardon me, can you email that to me? Have it, or do you have it?
I made this. This is part of my presentation I was making.
You sent it?
I'll be glad to share it with you. Matter of fact, go make a copy for everybody.
So I've had the wrong one. I didn't think that's.
Our largest. I mean, all the stuff I've got, I'll be glad to share with any of you. It was all derived from public documents. And I went through and figured it out, and put it down in a format, and it's been checked by many people, learned people in city government to make sure I wasn't throwing a fast one on anybody, because I just want to get the truth out. So, yes, sir.
I agree with you, Counselor, that decisions were made in the past. We can't do anything about them. Here we are today.
Yep.
Here we are today.
I got it.
And what are we going to do? I can't roll back the hands of time. Otherwise, I'd be 6'10" playing basketball. Yeah. But
you'd be worth a lot more than you are now.
Exactly. But so what I'm saying, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Cole, because this budget's yours. It's not ours. We just approve it.
Hold on, he's talking.
Chad.
Sir. I'm looking at you. This budget's not ours. This budget's yours.
Yes, sir.
And all we do is approve it.
That's right.
Or not approve.
So in some way, it is yours. You approve it.
Yeah, we approve it. That's all we have to do. It's your budget.
My budget, it was developed by our treasurer's office.
Yeah, I'm just making
full credit. Roll. Yes, sir.
Statement.
Yes, sir.
I'm pointing the finger at you.
No, but it's
Pointing a finger.
it's on the city manager. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
But I guess where I'm going with that is we need to relook at the whole budget that we're at without expanding authority at this point in time, unless it's a have to it. I don't want to expand the municipal authority at this point, unless it's have to. And I'm not sure that $4,100 for training is have to. $800 for uniforms is a have to. Yeah.
At some point, we got to say, stop it.
We just got, that's what I'm coming at. And so, I'm sorry. I don't have $500 for your membership dues.
And reassess.
That we just don't have it. Yes.
Well, I think that was the idea when we reverted back to 2023 operating.
Exactly. That's why we went to that.
Got to make a cut, period.
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure. In 23, we closed the books in 23. We had a shortfall covered by cash reserve.
And what was your cash balance?
In what?
23. What was your ending cash balance?
I don't have.
You don't have your 23 budget book.
I have my 23 with.
That's what you have to look at.
No, I
Is the
understand,
absolute.
but this is why you need to go look at it.
Yeah. That's why you have to look at that 23 to see where you're really, because they keep kicking the can. And because are you really that much over budget? No. So we're in a hard place right now.
Keep getting a credit card to cover the other ones, and now we're gonna go get another credit card and.
Well, yeah.
Payments coming
We maxed
due.
out our credit cards. Our credit cards are maxed
We're
out.
maxed.
There's
None.
no. When you take items and stack debt on top of us right now that we inherited that debt, you don't have any maneuvering room because we're maxed out there. Those credit cards are maxed out. Otherwise those funds could be used. Maybe I'm incorrect here, but when you have to pay your debt payments out of these things, that's using consumable funds you could use somewhere else in your operating budget. So
cost.
we're a rock in a hard place.
We've got $6,541,045.06 in payments on the loans that we've got.
Right.
It's in the back part of your budget book. You get home, you didn't bring it with you, you need to look at it. So.
In 23, we said we were going to have a zero cash balance.
Well, we're almost there now if we approve it.
But we started out with 17 million. In 22, at the end of 6/30/22, we started out with 17 million in cash.
Yep.
And
we blew it.
And the reserve at that point in time was only $10.7 million.
Based on the general fund expenditures.
Is that what it's based off of?
Yes.
Personnel, does it not include?
Total expenses.
Including capital outlay? Wow. So we've We got 37 million and 11 million. We got $50 million. I think the only way you got it. Counselor, that's Mike's thing. Mike, I think I got one on this, so thank you. I think you're only having it if you're going to do all of these things. You're going to reduce your reserve.
You either got to reduce your reserve or find something to cut.
Yeah.
And
so if we're going to prove all these.
And we just heard, and I hear this every day, I need more staff. I need new positions. I need more staff. I need to give everybody a bigger raise than they got. Just so you know, this is what I hear all day long, every day.
Well, the question has to be, okay, you need, what's going to keep the wheels from falling off? There's a difference between absolute, gotta have it, and what I've got planned to do, and that's a question we never asked.
And I get it. And, we're in an environment where inflation is more than we're told it is. Our daily inflation is higher than what the Fed's are telling us.
Yeah.
When my wife goes to the grocery store she buys 5 dozen eggs at a time. And when they were just 2 weeks ago, she told me she paid $18. This time it was $25. So tell me inflation's gone.
I
It's
paid
not.
$2.50 today to have them add spinach to my kids' meal.
Yeah.
Like $2.
That's the issue we have. So our employees have that issue too. We understand that, sympathetic to that, to what these rising costs.
There are big ticket items, and not a knock on anything, but, land out next to the sewer plant.
Well, that's a different issue. That's an enterprise fund issue.
Understood.
So I don't want to attack now because I think we're going to talk about those enterprise funds at council meeting. So, and I get it. And we haven't seen.
Those are big ticket items.
We haven't seen a plan for that.
Yeah.
But I get that. But I guess where I'm at right now is that we need to relook right now. Make these adjustments, relook at where the budget really is, run the new budget. Show me where it is. And then line it against 20 previous year. We all got 24, got the expenses for 24, the actual for 24. It's a tedious task unless IT guys can figure out how to make it easier for me to take the data from 24 actuals and lay it against the budgets for 25, and then we can really see where are our big differences.
That's how you do it. The percentage change across those, looking at one to the other, from 1 year to the next. Yeah.
And that's where I think we're at. And so if you want to do these, then do we need to make a motion to reduce the cash reserve?
Well, yeah, you would have to.
Yeah. So if you want to do these, you need to make a
once
motion.
you reduce that cash reserve, that money's gone forever.
Until you try to build it back up.
Until you restructure yourself so you can build it back up.
Yep. And guess what?
We're not there yet.
Well, the council, it was at 1/12. And then the council in, what was it, 21? That's when they bumped it back up, and that's when they took stopped the road, took all the money and did not do any road repair, and then bumped it back up and grabbed money from these other enterprise funds.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, jump in there, and this is just my opinion. Over the years, I've watched it, we have built up certain departments and stuff that I would consider not necessary departments. As far as when I look at things, I look at the things that are a priority to keep a city running. If you don't have emergency services, if you don't have sanitation, if you don't have water, wastewater, we don't have a community.
Right.
So those are the 5 or 6 that you have to have.
Yeah.
Then you start building down from that. But when you build a parks department, or not parks, but a zoo department with multiple, and we've been successful
in 1 year.
in the last 2 years of eliminating a bunch of those overhead positions, those directors' positions, but still not enough. I think we got to prioritize the services that we provide and stop building up some of the ones that maybe we don't, are nice to have, but really not in this situation, something that we have to have.
But I'll throw this out as food for thought, because I think we should come in better this year than we did last year, and I'll tell you why. When understanding the departments all had access to payroll allocation, utility allocation, operating allocation, overtime allocation. And guess what? The HR director was the one approving the journal entries to move that money between those line item accounts. And they don't have that this year.
No, and I
We're
applaud
not
you for
taking
that.
our vacancy savings and burning through it like crazy without anybody knowing what's going on this year. That's a huge difference.
Yeah.
And it should benefit us.
Some savings
Good for
in
you.
first class.
That's a good theory. We don't have any proof yet.
You're exactly right. It's going to take a year to
Maybe we
get
can
there.
find that proof.
I think you'll see some evidence when you look at the first quarter.
Well,
I
I
think
hope
you'll
so.
see a lot of evidence.
I think we should see some evidence there too. A quarter's worth. Yeah.
Well, but the better picture is your mid-year review. I agree, it needs to be part of your quarterly review, to see if you're seeing any daylight.
See, just, it's a trend. If you can get we can hopefully get a trend of the quarter. So
My point is your employee costs, your salaries and benefits are typically your biggest cost for any organization, particularly a municipality. And that's where you should see the savings come through on those positions. You know, it's the downside is we can't get these people hired, but the upside is we weren't able to get our hired, so we saved that much money that we did put in budget, and that's why you should always. But another thing we weren't doing as a city, we weren't budgeting our entire employee cost. We were only budgeting 80%. We're budgeting our entire projected employee cost this year. So that should have a big impact on us throughout the course.
And you should be budgeting it anyway.
And you should be budgeting. I mean, the idea is, you know, we just had a really good learning lesson. A lot of things we missed in this budget that really ought to have a running list or a whiteboard in the accounting office so we don't miss these things again. That's what I did at the school district. I just kept a running list. Every time something new came on, whether it was rents or whatever, added to the list. And I didn't miss anything.
Started right now.
We could get that started right now. That's pretty easy stuff. But your budget ought to be as accurate as you can get it. And then you allocate what's available out to those departments in their operating budget and their overtime budget. And you insist that they manage within those dollar amounts. But you don't give them access to everything else so they can burn through your vacancy savings.
There's some earmarked revenue that are going to various places that we probably ought to look at that, see if we can divert some of that money to help us take care of this kind of thing.
I think it's all hands on deck right now.
Well, I'm just saying there is a whole list of possibilities that we haven't even talked about, looked at, or anything else. And I'm kind of glad. I'm glad we started this meeting with a frank discussion of our budget, and now it's hit us right between the eyes. This is what I'm talking about. I've been seeing this, Ed's been seeing it for 2 years longer than anybody else that's on the committee. But we didn't have the political might to fix anything. Actually, he and I butted heads with the older members that were meeting.
It was 2 years of just constant.
Oh, they had a balanced budget every year.
Yeah. We also, a new finance, how long you been there, Janie, a year? As a finance director,
Well, I've been the finance director since I was.
but an effective finance director.
A treasurer for 2 years.
Yeah, and about that, that's when we started that.
Yeah.
At that point in time. And so we weren't getting rid of that.
No.
And so- yeah, but again, we are where we are, and I guess I'm ready to make a motion, but I'm really saying we make this motion, you're maybe coming back next meeting, making a motion to adjust your cash balance, your reserve. It's where you may be. If you do all this, you may have to do that.
Well, it's ARPA funds left over. We got ARPA funds that are left over. How much unencumbered ARPA funds?
I'm not touching our budget operations. I'm not touching.
ARPA funds?
I'm not. I've been a proponent of that since the day we got it. That we put ARPA monies was a gift. And you don't take gifts.
Only
trips to Las Vegas. But just don't.
It's not budgeted for
Just
expenditures.
a rile, yeah.
No, I make a point. I told you I was going to protect that from day one. And I will, now I'm only one vote. Y'all can spend all that ARPA money if you want. Never in favor unless there's something that come along that's
Is there?
$6 million, 6.8 million. It was 10.
Yeah, we keep,
Put it somewhere at some point.
we keep whittling it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Let's try to put it somewhere where they can't take it back.
Well, it can't be, we've already done that. And he says we've done that.
The reported lost revenue, all but 622,000. And you all have to get the project going and underway December of this year.
Is that started? I know, I thought we approved it. One of the air conditioners for the,
It's
something for the library.
and that's not.
This one is on.
You better figure out this at some point.
And I believe he got it.
We got some reports and stuff left, folks. What do you want to do with this item?
What do you want to do? I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Make motions on committee.
No, I don't either.
So is that a motion?
Yeah.
Serious motion?
I seconded.
Okay.
The consent.
Ben?
Yeah, we really don't make those other councils.
You know what? The only thing I would tell you right now is that I don't want to do this so Councilor Arnold can get a real visual on where we're at financially.
That's fine, and don't.
Don't put it,
I'm just saying.
don't put it on the consent.
No, I mean, you're gonna have a
I'm
lot of
with you.
people. You're gonna have a lot of people at this meeting.
Well,
They ought to hear exactly what.
there's actually another counselor that probably need to hear it for that.
Well, I think the whole city needs to hear that.
That's.
Absolutely agree.
The whole city needs to see this.
Why, yeah.
Well, it kind of came together where we could discuss it.
Well, yeah. Bob.
And they need to have stuff right there out in front of them instead of just doing a presentation.
It's easy to armchair quarterback. It's not in the game getting beat up. As they say, you can't get a bloody nose sitting on the side.
Okay,
So,
so the motion is to approve and put it on the regular agenda.
correct.
And I've got a second. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes 5-0. And we'll continue this misery in a week.
Probably that, Terry.
Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, let's approve the minutes and let's get going.
Okay.
We don't
Good to go.
make a motion right now.
Yep.
Approve.
Yeah, from August 1, 2024. I second.
Any deletions, additions? Hearing none. Any opposition?
Yeah, you can't make.
You're not done.
Gotta give you a report, man.
Grocery receipts tax.
I think it's something you all need to look at. Be thorough.
Yeah.
So if we're looking at the gross receipt, you'll notice we got a.
Anything goes, can't he?
Yeah, I'm just.
Well, I was going to talk to you about your math. You know, you're not an accountant, but you're
So it's.
it doesn't look what, no.
So you.
All right, so let's talk about the gross receipts tax.
It won't.
So what was our bump from UFO music?
The next slide?
But you appointed him count?
The next slide. is-
No. See,
You said you museum.
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my point. If you look at this, there was no measurable bump.
No.
And you have funds.
4.6 to 4.3, didn't it?
4.3, but our tax rate is higher. So what you have to look at,
See what you're
so
saying.
what you have to look at, the tax rate that we received, the GRT that we received for July is 3.679.
Yeah.
In August, 3.781. There is no bump. In fact, for August, you have a decrease in what your GRT was in a comparable period of time.
That was good.
So the 2 months, we are only up $26,000 over the previous year. If you pull out.
The emergency fund.
And it's actually below
Public safety.
projected.
I'm trying to protect the law.
Darn it.
Well, I can't, no, you're projected, you're ahead, because the projected included that. Your budget.
That bump that you got, yeah, back,
You didn't get no bump.
well, we did further back.
Oh, yeah, $2 million bump.
Well, that's because the tax and rev said, yeah.
Yeah.
We all need to remember those kind of things so we don't win. Oh, hell. look what you
Confused,
guys did.
right, yeah.
You're up. Look what
So-
your GRT, you're up 21%.
Yeah, the whole year is gonna be up because. the
Well,
tax-
until,
Yeah.
when did that, July 1, is that when the new tax rate went into effect, was July 1?
Yeah.
No, January 1, and we didn't get the receipts until March. So we still need to be doing that analysis and comparison.
Yep.
So that we know what the apples and apples are.
January.
Yeah, that's when we need to keep doing that.
More to the story is, don't tell me all the gross receipts that we're gonna get from the UFO festival, because it's not there.
You still got a lot though. I mean, compared to the other months.
Well, and I don't think you'll see that until next month. Until September.
That was July when they had it. You will not see it till your check is in September.
It takes a while for it to trickle. Cannabis fund, any questions on the
No,
cannabis fund?
the breakout on the back, are you all okay with that? Is that more helpful information?
When you broke out the different funds?
Yes.
The one you're talking about? Yeah, I would have somehow like, so I can keep track. But we can't. So this is a new tax rate in, this would be. Sanitation. So would like to know what the public safety. Sanitation. Tax is every month until the new one kicks in. You see what I'm doing? You got it done here for July.
Yeah, if they keep going July, August, September.
That spreadsheet will be there. We'll be able to know. Yeah.
But see, those are those restricted funds.
Right. But all I'm trying to do is making sure we're looking at the same GRT as we were in the previous periods.
Oh, yeah. No,
That's what
you're right. You're right. That won't equalize till after
March of
next
25.
year. Yeah.
March of 25.
Cannabis funds.
27,541, it's not anything grand.
Nope. Gonna save us from the industry.
You still have a quorum if I leave, right?
Huh?
You don't need a quorum anymore, though, right?
No, that's just reports. Maybe my son's
I gotta go.
Go.
We're just about done. Auditor's tax
That's what I
report.
thought, but three.
Justin isn't here today, so I'll cover for him. All hotels reported on time. Star data showed we were at 73% occupancy, which does match the one that we calculate also. ADR change this month is up 8.1% from last year. If you look at the totals, we pulled in 177,303. Last July, we pulled in 126,306. So it went up significantly quite a bit from 2022.
And a lot of that probably was due to the evacuation.
You're right.
Everything's going well.
Okay.
The convention center vet fee, we collected 80,315, and hotel reported on time for that also.
Okay, public library, they're gone. Just take it for what they submitted. Golf,
He just left.
We just dismissed.
But he's doing, they're doing,
they're doing good.
Yeah.
they're doing $100,000.
Museum department.
The museum, I got a little question for Carolyn. Your emissions are way down.
Yeah.
What can you attribute those to? That's driving people away? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because our emissions are down.
Yeah.
A lot.
Be worth considering cutting result there. I'm just saying, it's worth consideration.
This thing is one of those with the, gotta look at personnel.
Yes, sir.
Lesser number of visitors coming.
I get more requests for additional personnel all the time, and I'm just saying, the emissions are down. I don't know that you need every day of the week.
When I see things trending this way and I got the same amount of cost, it doesn't matter.
Not a good sign.
No, it's not. It's just not. And so those are the kind of things we need to take a look at. Thank you, Carol.
Public affairs, anything else?
You've heard enough of me today.
Visitor center, take it for what.
Okay.
Okay. So public participation, we got any public left with us? This has been a very lengthy. Okay, city is at approximately 170.
0%.
There's the first one.
Okay, we'll go to the top. See. Audio out, goes to organization is muted. Can you?
Reminder. There you go.
That one.
Okay. That's an excellent question. Can't answer that. Because we're not doing pay for employees because it's been sequestered. If we get to our quarterly review and our mid-year review, et cetera. But a bunch more. Okay, next question. Sound like the manager and finance director need to go. Oh, well, finance.
This one is.
Finance director is. 50 positions at the 60K plus range. Benefits, incentive, a $5 million savings.
0 positions at the $60,000 plus range.
I do want to comment on that. Next year, the city is going to be in a difficult position because the Department of Labor rules on salary.
That's right.
So to be considered salary, it's going to go up to 65,000 if I'm recalling correctly.
Yep.
And so we're going to have a significant portion of our employees go back to hourly that we rely upon for salary type of, unless we do a very substantial compensation scheme change.
Is that a big government idea?
Yeah, government, that was proposed.
Federal requirement.
The final rule came out 7 or 8 months ago. So if it hasn't been successfully challenged by.
Well, how is that affected by the recent court decision dealing with all these rules that they promulgate?
As far as getting rid of Chevron deference, the Department of Labor rules for salaried and non-salaried employees, the understanding of the rule predates Chevron being created in the Reagan administration. So this is it possible the court in some circuit, particularly the fifth, because they're so conservative, messes with it? Sure. But the rule already took effect this year. The city, it just happened to be a small jump. There's a lot more substantial.
Does that include elected officials?
No.
Just that question for a friend sitting next to me.
A month we get? Yeah. Okay, is there any other questions up there besides Bruce?
No.
Okay, is there anybody online? Yep, we got some people. Anybody online have a question or a comment? Anybody online? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more time.
Here's one.
Mr. Anderson, drop the gavel.
He says,
And call it a
you're
day.
done. Hey, I gotta follow my dadgum deal. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, TJ. Good stuff.
This almost works in the old time council meetings, 4.5 hours.
Want to see my name on Facebook without an adjective in front of it.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you want that big map?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying,
Thank you.
so you're talking about the, make you copy.
One, two.
Well, it's public document, you have, like you do it for request.
I'm thinking that. Because it's good days.
That's all I've got.
I can just take pictures of it. Yeah, it's pretty good now.
Okay.
Quick, too. Don't jump in top of city or anything.
I'm supplying you. You're going out? The resolution. You want that?
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah. I think this might be different than what we got. Anyways.
The
guys, I pulled up so many copies on my phone today, I couldn't get out of stock because it was taken.
and this is the next agenda.
Yeah. And they're still,
You got a lot to write about.
I know.